Just what you could say what your name is, what your IRC name is, and what your first job was that you ever had out of college or when you were growing up or whatnot. And I can get started. So
I can't remember.
If you can't remember, that's a good point. If you can't remember, well, whichever the first one you remember. The first job you remember.
Yeah.
I wonder how many hero voices we get. But, so yeah, Nikhil, Slick Nick on IRC, and the first job that I did was tech support actually, we got a lot of interesting calls, and one of them that was really interesting was the call from this student who, I think he was being facetious, but he was talking in a very serious tone and basically said that if we didn't fix his laptop, he would come there and bomb the student help desk center. And this was way before 9/11, so it was not a problem.
It was not horrifying.
It was not horrifying, exactly. It's like, what's he smoking, sort of thing.
And how does he like jail now?
Okay. Sure.
I'm Peter Stakowski. As you know, I'm from Tesora. My first job, I guess, at the university was working for a print management company called GlobeTech. It was back in the C days. So I was developing C, pre-SQL, C ISIN files and stuff like that. So pretty interesting job. Learned a hell of a lot. It's where I started using VI, which I still use today. Right now, I'm still using Vim. I started using.
You want to start a VI when you
it's like
more.
Yes. Stay away.
That's about it. It was, interesting company. I think I was telling some of the guys over there, they had an interesting hiring practice. They didn't really interview too much. They just hired people straight out of school, and if you worked out, they kept you on. If they didn't, they let you go within the first 3 months. So I was there for about 1.5 years, and I think the entire company turned over twice. So I think we had like 5 or 6 receptionists during that time, and like when I finished, half the people were new that weren't there when I started. So interesting dynamic, but not something I'd like to replicate.
My name is David Niebla. I thank God very much. I just came back from a ski trip a few days ago. I got a call on the way back, receiving the flights and stuff. But my first job or internship that I remember was from university. Was McDonald's Systems Canada. They're a French company. I was working in their Ottawa, Canada office on a high-frequency communication systems for their Navy ships. That was just an 8-month term. It was interesting.
So I'm Ashley. Ashley John, and that's my actual username as well. My first job that I can remember was KFC. But my first job out of college was at Microsoft on the data team, doing software testing stuff.
Eddie Gutowski, IRC at the UK. My first job at 16 was at Target. I was there from high school. My first job out of college was at Lockheed Martin. I was there for 4 years on basically satellite and space systems, ground station work.
My name is Simon Chang. I also handle S-Chain. And first job, it was like high school job. It's data entry. It's quite boring. Okay, so hammered on the keyboard, non-stop every day. So a few months, it was okay. After college, I developed Access applications, Microsoft Access. Okay.
I'm Nirav Shah. My IRC is N Shah, and my high school jobs were this company called Purity Supreme. I was putting cards basically, For being in high school, our college job was the startup called Springtide Networks, which was eventually brought up by using technologies. And, it's pretty interesting.
I'm Rory Jones. My RCA is PGNPKR. And my first job was writing accounting software for a little company that sells ice cream and porn.
Not in that order, right?
Clientele.
They didn't sell forms of little cuties.
First job in high school, I was going door to door trying to get people to schedule appointments with the estimate for their patients. My first program job was with a Navy contractor called PSC. These are back in the days when MS-DOS had this PC communication software. MS-DOS had a limit of 10 megabytes to the size of a hard drive if the operating system was pushed. Every system we install this floppy disk that will allow us to go up to an 80 gigabyte hard drive. Fully loaded system. It's kind of cool. That was the first time I ever saw self-modifying code that you install this floppy, and then the installer would actually go extend as it was going. It would go. It's going. It would basically erase the code that it just executes. You know, it's just
It automatically uploads all the other computers.
I started my career as providing corporate finance. I was more into data and database and data when I started speaking on RC then my first job was in this process of groceries, worked on the quantity section of the other department. So although my culinary skills can come back, it was something in I couldn't even work out 15, so it was 16. But
like flavor.
First, the learning job was an internship at this company called Rational Software, which is run by IBM. So we worked on they had like an ID, and we worked on the
Rose. Rational Rose.
And we work on the version after that, Rational Software. Yeah, that's me.
My specific first job out of college and high school experience ever.
First job that you remember. That you remember.
16 is the record.
Maybe sitting in the
me. My first job out of high school, I guess, was doing tech phone support for a cell phone company, which is the great job in history. Yeah, so I mean, phones versus tells. Yeah. Actually, sorry, it was Nextel, I think it was called, which was the Telus was owned by Nextel, the US version of Telus, basically, I think at the time, or Sprint. So yeah, terrible job. People called me and yelled at me because the phone didn't work. And then when I finished college, my first job was working for Honeywell, and we were building control system software for managing oil refinements.
Selling. My IRC was 66. So I was a paper lawyer. Right out, I guess that first full-time job, I worked at an investment dealer. It's called Woodgundy. It's now owned by Wake Bank in Canada. And I basically sat on a non-traded desk. I wrote non-traded software to do basically order execution for volunteers, which was pretty interesting. It's basically when tech support and I stood up and yelled at me. So I was sitting on the other side of the desk. This is an exciting environment, but ultimately I came to the conclusion that I didn't want to be on IT, I wanted to be on the other side, product side, so I switched eventually. That's it.
Pete McKinnon, IRC from Red Hat. My first high school job was an usher at a movie theater in Halifax, Nova Scotia. But my first real job was with what was called Bell Northern, and it became Nortel. And we worked on tools development in C++ to analyze the code base for the DNS telephony switches, basically using various tools like Rover and whatnot to basically render some nice text-based applications to do visualization of just a massive code base. This was Protel. No, this was Protel.
Cool.
93 to
Cool. So I just wanted to quickly go over some of the agenda items that we have for today's mid-cycle. So we'll start the morning talking about clustering, building out clusters, move on, have a short break after that, move on to hot pools, and then lunch, and then we'll talk a bit about scheduled tasks. At 4, we have a visit to the computer museum, the Living Computer Museum, which is close by. Well, we'll have to take either cars or Uber to get there, so we'll stop at around maybe 3:30, 3:40, and then head over there. So that will cut into our hacking session a bit. I don't think some of these sessions might go the full hour and 15 minutes, so if that's the case, we can sort of do some reviews or hacking session whenever we're done with scheduled tasks and use that time to do some of the hacking stuff that we're talking about. So,
lunch where we were lunch.
yeah, I think that's a good idea. We can.
I don't know what you have planned for lunch.
No, lunch is going to be pretty much similar thing to yesterday, where we'll be out in the kitchen on the tables, and then maybe we can schedule 15 minutes or 20 minutes to go there and either chow down or whatnot, and then come back here, and you can continue eating or hacking or through the session and have smaller discussions about I also want to make some progress on the areas that we identified yesterday. We talked a bit about code reviews and have some good next steps for that, but specifically for some of the testing pieces and the dev environment pieces, we were still in the process of discussing the whole dev stack, red stack issue and whatnot. So I want to get some more ideas and concrete next steps for those. So we can use some of that time to have some of those discussions as well.
Would it be time to drop off if we're going over to get the hotel?
That's a good point. I did not plan for that. If that's the case,
we come back here when we're done.
Yeah, we come back here. We'll definitely come back here when we're done. I don't know if so the plan is to go to the Living Computer Museum, and then there's a Pyramid Brewery right by that we can go there. But I'm sure folks after we're done with that will want to come back here. So we can organize that, or well, come back here as in come back to the hotel, right? Not necessarily the office. So it would make sense to have some time to go drop off stuff. Yeah. So what we might have to do then is squish some of the hacking stuff to lunch and then end a bit earlier than even 3:40, so that folks can maybe 3:20 or so. Folks can go drop off stuff and then come back, plan to come back here and leave from here at 3:40. Cool. So I guess with that, let's get started with talking about some of the clustering work items or blueprints that we have planned. So, and how that's going and what some of the discussion items there are. So right now for clustering, we have 3 blueprints that are out there, building out Vertica clusters, Percona XtraDB clustering, and Cassandra clusters. And specifically, I don't know which order we want to go through them and discuss either the specs that are out there or the reviews, or if there's specific items that are up for discussion. I know for the Vertica pieces, there are a couple of things that we wanted to talk about, specifically around node placement and communication between nodes and things like that. We can get to that. But Steve, did you want to get started with some of the discussion around the Galera pieces?
Yeah. So there's a link break up the review there. Let's include in it. Talk a little bit about it.
Do you want me to, instead of clicking on the review, actually click on the spec?
Yeah. So so the work here is to support the Codex RDB clusters for Trove. You know that right now only Mongo clusters is currently there. So this is the spec for this kind of work. If you are in the link already, if you go down to proposed changes, we just list kind of like how I'm planning on building this. So the first point is changes to the API. The API pretty much won't change as much, maybe only the responses will change a little bit because compared to the MongoDB, but I'll go to how the API will work and all that. I'm planning on adding 2 new APIs, kind of like to add a new node from the cluster, so I'm going to scale in, scale out. Like I said, later I'll show you how I think the API will look like, and we can comment on next thing. Also, we need to work on the task manager strategy. So as you know, the way cluster is rooting there is you have task strategy, or at least how it's currently built. You have task strategy for all the 3 pieces. You can find it and then to do things that for that specific case. Need to have integration interface, of course. One thing that I did is that I have the cluster should not be less than 3 nodes. So when you start create initial cluster creation, it should start with 3. Obviously that can be configurable. So that sorry, start with 3 or at least 3, yeah, 3 or more. So no, or it, not just started. You cannot. I'm not sure if I did there, but if you like, delete a node from the cluster, it won't let you delete this. Yes, if you have 3. So 3 is the minimum basically that you must have first cut. At first, I was starting to think the way I come with this. At first, I was thinking of like we just do a cluster of 1 and then we just add on top of it a user 1, right? But then after thinking about it and talking about the team here, we decided that maybe the user they always want a cluster. They always want to create a cluster and go and have a coffee and come back and have a cluster rebuild that. So that way will allow you to specify for them to specify how big the cluster is one instead of just creating 1 and then once the cluster of 1 is done, add another one to wait and then add more. So that was the initial thinking about this. Cluster will return all the APIs. This is a little bit different than the current definition of mobile clustering, where it only returns only the query router key, I think, which is only 1. So the reason is because after a DB cluster, you can do a move to write. So you want to have only one whole AP. So you can decide which one you want to write to. So it returns all the AP on only those only 1. I'll talk about the next slide, which is be able to add and remove nodes within the cluster. The name of the instance of the node of the cluster will be automatically generated, kind of like same similar name convention that is currently there. So it will be cluster name dash some index or something like that. Right now for Mongo we have cluster name, instance, I think, and also ID of the query router or no query router.
Replica set.
Replica set, yeah. So it's just without that. The last point, clusters have different flavors. So I was thinking of that, and there's no really constraint on having the same flavor. And one thing about having different flavors that you can build size your cluster. So you can, if you have a medium flavor, you can create like large and then you need a medium one, so your cluster becomes large. So that was the rationale about being able to have nodes with different flavors. So this is kind of like the nutshell, like the overall changes that I'm foreseeing a bit. Yeah, let me know if you have any question or additional things that I missed. Configuration, I like here. When I say I don't foresee any changes, data might be some changes. I think one of the changes I can think of right now is maybe maybe a default flavor or even a default clustering size or cluster minimum size, something like that. So kind of like those are kind of like some things that I'm foreseeing right now. But other than that, not much. Database. The definition of the model consistent database schema for clusters. So there's a database schema for clusters that is already present, and I'm just going to use that one for creating and coding clustering. Okay, so the complicated here. Let me know if you have any questions. So this is what probably going to be the additional knowledge and how the API looks like. It's pretty much similar to the current API that is already there, and I think that the only different minor difference on the responses. So you look at create. One thing that maybe is not reflected here that I said the flavor could be different. So right now I said flavor ref 2, but you can have 2 and 4, something like that.
What's the rationale for? I mean, it's possible. I can see doing that in order to resize the cluster to a bigger size, but
Yeah.
although it's possible, I don't see why you'd want to create a cluster initially with different flavor sizes, or is there any rationale to do that?
I think
There is.
the rationale on that is just because I wanted to keep, and then that's what happened. I brought it up here.
What
Because I wanted
was
to
the
keep
specific
first
scenario?
and, just my original thought is not having to sell the cotton on flavor itself, just to keep it simple, But no, I don't go into the use case.
Is there one that
Yeah.
there's a
So,
few?
George, you're on the call. Well, I don't know if there's a comment whether George can speak or not.
There's a broadcast. I don't know if he can actually speak.
So George, I know is on IRC. I think I'm sure broadcast. So if you want, you can probably respond on IRC. So one of the common deployment models, even if you use a cluster, is to have a load balancer project. You also have the advantage of saying, well, what you can write to all, you have preferential rights to one. You may have different machines with different configurations, some with a very fast store, and others with a heck of a lot of memory.
Okay.
And focus the ones with a heck of a lot of memory for reads and things like that. So there is a legitimate use case where you may have an XDP cluster.
That's not homogeneous.
Non-homogeneous node setting. Which kind of is one of my other things here is you're provisioning a cluster. You're not giving the user the option as part of this cluster to provision for example,
No. It's only the only the three-node cluster. No agent proxy. I was thinking that since there's I'm not sure what's the work on the agent proxy to move from. I'm not sure what's
it's okay. It's perfectly okay. If you're returning all three IP addresses,
yeah.
They can set something up in front of
I
it.
get three IP addresses back, then I can give those three IP addresses to another. No, it's not that you want to mandate, but are you giving the ability of saying instances, data node, proxy node? So if you look at the MongoDB clustering mechanism, you say, give me a 3-node cluster and send me for node confusion, you get 5 nodes. You have to just 4 other nodes respond for you. That is required by Mongo. You need to have a query running and all of that stuff. And it takes a where you don't have that autonomy. Do we want to have the extension of defining what those nodes and saying those nodes are nodes of the Persona XDP cluster, and oh, by the way, have a classification where saying instead of a HA cluster, HA proxy node using something.
So I don't think we want to go down that route for the initial implementation
That
specifically.
seems like more optimization than MIC. Let me ask George.
Okay. If you go down to the show cluster, it's submitted. But one thing I want to point out is the IP. So if you look at the IPs, IP actually shown on each of the instance block, as opposed to like have an instance IPs on the cluster. The reason why I did it is because I want to directly show which IP corresponds to which node, and that goes back to your point already about there's some nodes that might be better for write or like for read, and that's why I wanted to have the specific IP listed on each of the instance blocks, rather than have all the 3 IPs on the cluster.
So I have a question. So the request in this particular case, sorry, not the show request.
Create request.
So the create request says instances, and here you list 3 hypothetically. So if I say instances index 0, 1, 2, is my response going to be the same order?
No, in other words, but it will have an ID on it.
Well, it has an ID, but I have no idea how to correlate it with my chosen flavor.
No, the flavor will come back.
You say, I gave you flavor and size. You're sending me back 3. Now I have to go and check. I gave you flavor 2 size 100, flavor 4 size 42, and flavor 6 size 30.
I want to go to look in your response and find out which one was which. Yeah. So if you want to know which one, it will tell you by the flavor. So the size. And then we have some extra labels on the middle, which so are you going to label the nodes? No. There's no provision for names.
Well, there'll have to be a name.
Yeah, the name will be like the custom name dash some. Oh, good. Some hash to that. Yes. Yeah.
You don't know that on create,
You don't
but
pass it in.
you can correlate it later on.
Yeah, you have to correlate it based on the size of the flavor.
So is the size required to be the same for all of them?
No, that's not required, right. Yeah, so
When George said he can hear what Nikhil and Peter say, the clearer you work from the mic, the harder it is.
Do you want to? It's over here. That's probably why. Yeah.
George,
I can move over
Yeah.
there.
Or
actually, do you have a
we could.
phone for that? Is there one?
Is there a phone number for this, you mean?
No, this phone right here. We just called him.
Just
Call George. Give me.
call
you. 978 563 9590.
He has to give you that.
You reached out and selling on. Sorry, you can't speak with you right
Thanks for coming out.
Can join, yeah. So I can just do that. Yeah, let me do that. Do you want to create one?
The number you want to dial into.
You emailing it to me?
Okay, send it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the number to dial is 360.
Well, he's getting a quick con set up.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Okay, that works. Thank you. Yeah, you can plug in. When, yeah. We can swap seats too, so you're here, so.
I'll say, yeah, some more fun. Similar to the time we did yesterday. Yeah, database, they get.
You will get an error. So the cast on you say, hey,
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID.
oh, they, yeah. I'm liberating the create instance. So that would go to the rest of that would be paid.
Sorry, I can't find the meeting that number. Try entering your conference ID again, and then click. You are now joining the meeting as a leader.
Hello? Hey, George, are you on the line?
So with that, you guys have like, how to say yeah. Because yeah, because I'm from the public scene, maybe I was aware if there was documentary, another other focus for you as well.
I said he was just switching headsets, so I'll be on. Give him a minute.
This is an interesting question you guys asked, which is, it is sort of funny when you're going through the phone or
So I think we talked a bit about this, and we were saying that it probably makes sense to change the Cortona type to just be extra DB cluster, since you can run that as standalone. So we're not ending up supporting extra DB cluster and just extra DB server as two separate types. That I'm not sure. We'll have to look into that.
I think two different configurations there, sir, because all the extra images, I guess it is, but I was thinking actually of extra DB cluster, but I used to tell you one.
no, I'm looking at more in the context of
Right.
what about the first thing you said, right? Cortona, I don't want it to be cluster. I'm not sure.
Yeah, George would probably have a better idea.
Hey guys.
Hey George.
Hey George. So I'm Steve from HP Team. I'm the one that we got this back together to. Can you hear me, by the way? I'm not sure if you can hear
Yeah, I can sort of hear you. It's a little echoey, but I can make it out. It's better than it's better than the other way.
Well, you should be able to speak at any of the phones, right? Oh, is it? Oh, never mind.
Okay,
Oh, fine.
So I'm Steve. I'm work for HP, and I'm the person who put together the spec to implement the Percona strategic cluster as part of for a cluster implementation for Trove.
No, it's going down here.
Steve,
Yeah.
if you want to go all the way to the end, there's another way.
Oh, is that it? Oh, yeah, probably.
Can you hear me
No,
better,
if
Joe?
you sit down, you won't block the screen out.
Yeah, that's a little better. It sounds like somebody's like moving something around on the table or something that is.
So you can just grab that and drag it closer to you if you want. There you go.
So yeah, so I'm Steve, I'm HP. So I put together this spec to implement the Percona strategic cluster for one part of the Trove clustering implementation. I'm not sure how much you read or you heard, but what we discussed is that, or what I came up with is that upon creation, the Trove cluster will have a minimum of 3, which is configurable. You can, and also you can specify at creation time how many nodes in the cluster you want to have. Yeah, by default, I guess will be the minimum, which is 3, but you can specify the number. Another point that was taught is that you can have cluster nodes of different flavors and sizes. So one point that was brought here is because since we Percona is trying to support multi-master kind of multi-write, user will want some node to be more memory, handle more memory intensive queries or jobs or requests, and other ones more CPUs and all that. So that's why we want to allow. We don't have a constraint on the flavor, and also it's very good for resizing. So if you have a cluster size of medium flavor, you can like resize it to larger flavor if you wish. And then we talked about, do you have the spec up in front of you, or if you can see it?
I did, yeah, I was looking at it the other day. I reviewed it when you first posted it, and then I have followed the conversation, and the logic is sound so far, because that is exactly the way clustering works in the real world. Is in most cases your nodes are not going to be perfectly symmetric.
Okay.
So that makes sense.
Yeah. So I guess I didn't talk about it, but now that you're here, the way I'm planning to attack this would be to create the first node as a bootstrap. Then once that's created, then build up the second node. And then once the second is built up, then I'll just modify the gcom and the config, and then build the second one and third one, modify this, then rebounce it. So that's how I'm planning to do this work.
Yeah, that makes sense. With the Galera clustering, you can actually, if you wanted to, I believe you can bootstrap multiple nodes, or not bootstrap. Bootstrap multiple nodes in parallel off the initial donor. So you could possibly get into that, but that takes a little bit more coordination to get the SSD and all the donors and the donees in sync.
Yeah.
So it might be for first round, maybe just make it serial where you just do one at a time.
Yeah, and I did that because this is the only way I know to build the cluster. Okay, we talked about the APIs, the public APIs that are there, and we started with clustering create. One thing that we talked.
Question, Steve, but
yeah,
you've got close to identity clusters with the command cluster.
Yeah.
Is it? Wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that the convention we follow from Mongo?
I think I believe that's the same convention.
Should that word be created? No, it would be first line of the
Oh.
should it be
This-
create, yeah, that works.
Basically, what he's saying is that.
So when you have delete or add instance, you actually have the action listed. My question is, do we want to stand it? So this goes back to the conversation which we started yesterday of if Trove wants to support multiple data stores.
Yeah.
Totally different kinds of databases. Do we want to have a mechanism by which we have a common API structure with special cases for each data store? I don't know what we did with Mongo, whether it was just post to cluster means create.
Yeah.
Or do we want to standardize and say, if you want to create, you actually say create. If you want to add a node, you say add a node.
So I believe for Mongo it's similar, where just post to clusters implies a create.
And also, yeah, it is similar to Mongo, and also it is synonym with instances as well. So when you create instances, it's also the instance that will create instance. So I guess Austin was the first one who tackled this. So I'm sure he used the same methodology, and I'm just using what is pointed there. I'm not changing anything.
Yeah, if that's the case, then maybe I'll hold my question. When you come to add instance to cluster, I don't know what you say add instance.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be the better question, or the better change for consistency. Yep.
We'll get there. Yeah. Okay, so what I said that last was that the IP will be shown in each IP was shown in each block of the instance response, and not as part of like of the clustering block. And that was like correlate better, which I think was for each instances.
So one question that I have there is, in the cluster show API, we do show IPs in general. So for consistency's sake, if we want to show the IPs in the cluster section as well as the instance section, just so that we're consistent with the API response in the different case of the clusters, that I think that would make a bit of sense too. So I like the fact that we're showing the IPs separately for the specific instance, especially because it might not be a homogeneous cluster. But I think we should also just be consistent with the rest of the API.
Okay. Is there anybody typing on Etherpad or taking this? Okay, great, thank you. So that's a good point, Manny. And also that will help us on maybe the CLI as well to show when you do it, when you want to show the whole thing, so you show the. I'm also going to leverage the
silly question. Flavors ID. What about the name?
So there's the link we show you like the URL.
No, sorry, to create. Can I specify flavor ID by name?
I don't see why not.
No, but if we transform here to the question.
Yeah.
The CLI do the transformation of the flavor ID for you?
I think the API is the IDs and then send it.
As far as I know, even in the CLI, you have to put in the ID, like you say, 2 when you create an instance. You don't actually give the size.
We made the change for many of the other things to support the name of the CLI.
I think it was names only for instances, not for flavors. Yeah, that's different. That's not name.
So I mean, if the flavor, if instance creation work with IDs and names, then it should work also with flavor ID and name here.
Flavor names are
like medium, small.
So I believe for Nova, the client does the transformation, and if it's non-unique, it will error out saying there's more than one flavor.
I'm also going to leverage so each cluster has some task status, like building and all that. And I'm also going to leverage that type of the same status. So as you can see, we create the status building, and once it's created, it will show none. And the reason why it's none is because it is none right now, and as opposed to active. I think we already went to that discussion, I think last mid-cycle as to why it's not as opposed to active or ready. Something like that.
So it's a cluster task status, not really a cluster
Yeah.
status, right? So.
Yeah. I am foreseeing creating a new status though for building out and removing IDs. You can also look at a particular specific node in the cluster in the show instance. You go down a little bit, and this is also a route that API that's already there for Mongo, so you can see like the information on the instances as well, in the IP, in the flavor and all that. Cluster list. This cluster is, pretty much similar to what is there. So the interesting is this one here, add instance to cluster. This one. So this is how this is how I define the API to look like. I'll obviously do something like this, and we act on the actual on the cluster.
So that would be like an action.
That would be like an action, yeah.
If you were going into the cluster, specify you want to be the donor or the
donor,
or you just
so what the way I was trying to do it was that and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. It will be kind of a similar way where I specify all the IP in the gconf config where that's already part of the cluster, and then once that gets built out, then I'll just bounce the other one and actually copy that to the new instance on there.
Yeah, but from which node? Which was it going to choose? Is it just going to pick the first IP, the first node in the cluster to determine that that's the donor, or is there? Do you thinking of a way that maybe the user might want to specify which node to be the donor?
Yeah, I was thinking of this just as any instance in the cluster already. Is there a different? Do I have to specify a specific node in the cluster, or can I just pick any?
I believe you can do it. Well, for Galera, you usually would pick a specific node to be a donor. Like if I want to fire up a new node, I can point it at the cluster, but it needs to pick. It needs to have a node or a specific single node that it's going to do the SST from, which is going to basically be the backup snapshot and then reload. So if it was a perfectly symmetric cluster, it wouldn't really matter. But if you have an unbalanced cluster where you have, like, say, a primary write node and other read nodes, you might not want to be taking your SST off of the primary write. You might want to use one of the other peer nodes that tends to get less traffic. So, it's just a use case thing. There really is no right or wrong way.
But it sounds like most customers would like to be able to specify which node to take this from.
Yeah, if somebody's got an asymmetric cluster set up like that, which we've seen this with Nova already. That's the way you're supposed to do clustering, or you have to do clustering.
And I think it has implications for placement in the data center too. Like, for example, you're bringing up a node in a particular rack, which might be closer to another node. You might want to not go over the wire for cross AZ or whatever reason. So you might want to pick a specific node to be the donor in that case.
Can the donor node be changed or configured can we change it to be a different node? Is that configurable? Because the reason I'm thinking about this is because I want to be able to support addition and deletion from a cluster. So so my question is, what is the donor? Can the donor node be deleted? And if it's deleted, can I promote some other node to be the donor node?
Well, this sounds like it's a one-off, right? Like it's, the donor is just specified while the node is being set up, and after that, it's not considered a donor.
You don't designate a node as a donor node. You just say when you're creating this for this node, this is the other donor node.
Yeah. And once the new node comes up, it's not a donor anymore.
Okay.
And the same thing happens too if you get a node that if a node more or less becomes unsynced, say let's say the network connection between the two is down for a bit. If a node falls far enough behind and it becomes unsynced from the rest of the cluster, then it needs to resync, and again you would have to re-specify another donor. You could use the same donor that you did originally, or you could use a new one. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to know where to connect the cluster to get back into the cluster to get reinitialized.
Okay, perhaps we can in doing the implementation we can just choose one of the node to the donor at a time. But one thing that I'm curious about, you say that the user may want to choose which donor to create from. So if that's the case, then we might have to reflect that on the API somehow.
Yeah, and it might not even be something that you would say is it might be more of it could even be just a hint. It's like, hey, try to use this node as your donor, but if you can't, then you go, pick any other node. But in most cases, it should be the node that's there and running and is an active part of the cluster. And as Nikhil said, like in the real world, we have clusters that are deployed theoretically across continents. And so, if you're adding a new node in New Jersey, you don't want its donor to be in Afghanistan. You want to donate from New Jersey.
Okay.
Although, you really can't tell much difference between New Jersey and Afghanistan. But,
that's a different problem.
Yeah, Trove probably doesn't really have for this implementation, initial implementation, it's probably not something that's just a corner.
Okay.
Well, that's something that we also, depending on how much time you have to implement this, that could be B2. You say, in the future, we'll put a preferred donor inside the API. For now, just use the best guess.
I wonder if we can be part of that, the URL, like a variable URL, kind of like we do for
the payload.
As preferred donor colon and provide the idea of the donor.
But the thing is that I'm not sure if other type of clustering strategies have the concept of this thing. Or so I wanted to keep it as general as possible on the
so this is the whole conversation of is this API going to make sense for strategy? It's got to do with if we want to have the structure where we say the hierarchy is going to be clusters, cluster ID, add instance, and no matter what technology you're using, it needs to understand that. Mm-hmm. Then that technology needs to insert zero. Either that or you need to have a section there with extra info colon block.
Or maybe even just extra info.
Design choice where you can put it in the URI because what about the other?
Came from it as IDABAG as part of the JSON body and doesn't have to, so that we can support a consistent API across different clustering implementations.
I would suggest we call this the command not add instance, but add Percona cluster instance, which makes it very clear
that it's
somebody else is
specific.
implementing, I don't know, Postgres clustering. They add Postgres cluster instance, and then you have a little different kind of stuff.
Okay.
I can think of a different.
That means that you're going to have like a very huge interface, right?
One way or another, you got to support sending that information.
Oh, well, yeah, except that with clusters, you're always going to have instances. There should be some commonality, and maybe we can break that out. Like when you add an instance, you must have
so we should
a
have
machine.
instance and then Percona extra.
Sure. However we do the extra data.
So this is, it looks like the instances is really a collection, so this really have instances. You can specify more than one instance.
No, just one.
You can add more than one instance at a time.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything to preclude adding another one.
Yeah, can you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you make one call to add
Three
more than one
instances.
instance?
Yeah.
In that case, it should be.
Yeah,
added
you're right, yeah.
So is it, how does the system react when you add two instances at a time? Does it require you to do one at a time?
You have to do one at a time.
I mean, the orchestration will have to be in the task manager.
No, does Cassandra force you to add one at a time? Or yeah.
Yeah, you can add 2 nodes at a time, but you have to, the way internally have to do it done serially.
So in that case, I don't think that needs to be provided as a instances should not be.
But even if we do it serially right now, just like you said, when they first set up a cluster, they may want to, they want to type it in and then go away and then come back.
I'm hearing two
If they're
different.
adding,
Sorry, no. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, I'm just saying, like if you want, let's say you want to add 2 instances to the thing, that means you're gonna have to come say add instance.
No, this is going to support multiple instances.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I heard exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's two different things.
Oh, okay.
The example
I think he
I
said.
but
I'm just gonna post a comment here saying it's better to be
no. You can do 2 of them. It's just that internally it will be done one
Serial.
at a time.
It'll be serial. That's
Because of the synchronization and all that stuff, right? But yeah, for the user perspective, you can specify 10 into 1, and you can go out and have lunch, and they come back, and then all the classes should be built up to whatever instance you added.
Okay. Yeah. So now I'll bring up the question that I asked you. If you're posting to a cluster here, then you have to specify add instance.
Well, that's the
So
action.
that was the action to map the action.
There's no other action that I can do here.
You can remove an instance.
Yeah, isn't there delete cluster?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, delete instance there.
So we should check with the Mongo implementation, but I don't know if the URI for actions
Yeah,
is
they don't
exactly
have one.
that.
They have like the app chart right now, and
No, but is it cluster /dash slash
is cluster //
no slash actions at the end of it?
no slash action.
Okay.
For the one I see like
For
the
add chart.
charting and all that. So I wanted to keep it when I came up with this API, I wanted to keep it like similar to what it is right now. I didn't want to make too many changes, especially on the API signature and all that. But one thing that I want to think about is like the things that we had before, like the extra stuff, for example, to the donor. So we're still not sure whether we want to do extra information here or maybe a whole different API for different data store.
But based on what we're saying, if you're going to add extra information, it has to be in the instances construct.
Yeah.
Because you could have a different donor for each instance you're setting up.
Okay, so I'll modify this.
Add chart, the URI is cluster/cluster ID, the body is add chart.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same thing
That's place.
with, yeah, it's consistent.
So in that case, should we change this from add instance to add extra gateway cluster instance so that the next guy will come along that we have to try and like with this, or we don't try and have add instance support generic information and Percona specific information.
But the thing is that what is there right now with AdShard, I don't think it's only Mongo specific, because you could have a clustering where, for example, what's the MySQL one?
No, but
Shard.
so the question though is like, even with that instance, it's not Galera specific. There might be another cluster that comes up where add instance makes sense. The problem is that when you have Percona specific information like donor, do we want to have a separate data bag for that Percona specific instance in the body so that we can keep it common between different cluster types and then just have that data bag of different information? Or do we just say this whole JSON body is different, in which for different cluster types, in which case you can just name the action something else, like Percona add instance.
I like this more better. I don't know. I want to keep some generalization on the API for across, and then have like whatever is different in like some sort of extra.
Well, within the instance, I think that could have instance info.
Yeah.
And then, or even instance Percona info or whatever.
So there's this, I guess, a list that you asked for the spec Sandra, right? Sandra, and he's introducing add node, add data node, and add C node. This is my camera.
This is my fear with the API. And one of the comments yesterday, reviews get that very fast close to a release, and once we ship it, we face that problem with Mongo.
So to avoid that, that problem with having multiple APIs for multiple data sources, I don't know. I feel like I like the way to keep it generalized. Add node or add instance, or and then if there's any extra things that we need for that particular store, like for example, if we're quantitative donor, right? We can have that as extra information, something like that.
So we have this massive data. Wasn't there some like when the whole add shark thing happened? Yeah. There was a whole. I'm talking about post merge about that. When are we gonna ditch shark? And wasn't there another term picked? And the feeling was that would apply. Maybe it was. I can't remember.
So I think that conversation was like grow cluster or something like that, which was separate. Whether there was a common API to grow the cluster so that you didn't have to call into instance-specific API actions, whether we should go down that route or not. Like, I mean,
just
data store actions.
Whether you call it add instance or grow cluster, same thing, it's just different verb, right?
Right, but
I don't believe with use case where you're going to have a cluster which is going to do itself.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
My question was, in the URI, can we say cluster / XDB / whatever? Therefore, this which happens within the URI, first we take care of for example, that everything which you put in the body of the request is recorded.
But that could mean you could end up having a different API for each thing, like even for creating instances. So we'd have to be diligent and not let that kind of stuff happen. Well, because everyone has to create. You always need a flavor. You always need, a volume, but all these things are similar.
That's an assumption. You don't know the road. Maybe some database requires them to be homogeneous. So you specify when you define the cluster, you define the cluster, and then every node has the same flavor. It's conceivable.
Sure.
So, if you want to go down that road where we stick the name of the data store in the URI.
So I
don't know, it's kind of having something well, I feel like the API should be general enough so that it should kind of adjust to any data store that you throw at it. I understand the pros and cons.
And the other wrinkle here too, guys, to think about, I think with MySQL is, when compared to other data stores, with MySQL, there's always more than 10 ways to do something. So we have, every one of them is the right way. So, I mean, we're going to have, we're talking about something pretty specific here to the current XDB cluster, but and I don't know if we want to go down this road or not, but there is MariaDB cluster and there is MySQL cluster, all three of which are based on the Galera cluster software. but the three of them do things a little different in the way they're doing SST and whatnot. I mean, in theory, they're all identical as far as the way they work clustering, but getting them bootstrapped, getting them set up, they might have slightly different processes. Then coming down the road, we've got MySQL 5.7, which may also have its own multi-master type, or master-master type clustering as well, which is very similar to Galera, but again, it's got different mechanics, so it might have some slightly different ways of bootstrapping nodes. So, you know, these are just things to think about as we're talking about these generic APIs that, you know, if we want to implement any of these other clustering technologies in the future, you can piggyback the same API, but there might be some differences in the actual implementation.
Yes. So the strategies definitely would have to have some differences in that case, but I think that the idea is that the user wouldn't have to learn a completely different API construct with different API actions to do some of the similar actions, whether it's a MySQL Galera cluster, or I mean, whether it's a Percona DB extra DB cluster, or say a Maria Galera cluster, right? So I think the concern is
the API should be similar.
The concern is if we go down a route where we're having, say, Percona in the API route itself, then the basic number of routes that the user has to learn about and care about just explodes at that point, right? Because for every data store type, you have a different route, and then that sets a precedent of, hey, it's a different route, so we can have different verbs to do these actions. It doesn't really matter because we're not trying to stay consistent anymore. So
do we want to change that and start down the path of coming up with comments or words? Because no matter what clustering technology you use, there's going to be a concept of a grow cluster and a shrink cluster. And let's start with extra DB and say the verb is going to be grow cluster, shrink cluster, and then we'll figure out how we might work with model.
Okay. And for the are we going to have like an extra option for the specific things, like for this example, the donor in that row cluster?
Yeah, I would suggest you have a grow cluster, and scroll down just a little bit. I would say grow cluster would have a section called instances, which would be a list of instances with flavor and volume, and then comma, Percona extra DB extra, colon, and then another object which has all of this things like donor list. Now, the place where that becomes tricky is if I add 6 instances, I have to give you 6 donors. It would be really nice to add the donors to the instance. So 6. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, well, yeah, I mean, I think you probably want to support both of those. Either, you know, per instance overriding data or per command overriding data. But the thing to think about with that proposal is how, so if you have data store specific extra parameters, how does that get modeled through the CLI? How does the user specify the information for the extra parameters?
It's a value bag.
Yeah.
So we do configuration.
Sorry.
I said
just a data bag.
Yeah.
Data bags.
Totally. Yeah, it's totally user unfriendly. But
You can parse different command line arguments based on what command you have. But the parser in the Trove CLI can specify its Trove Mongo cluster create, and then support -- add chart, and Trove Percona extra DB cluster create.
well, we can do whatever we want in the CLI, right? We can have extra commands. We can add options.
The thing is,
specify what options to parse in the command line of the CLI based on what command you can do.
So are we saying we have 2 choices that we can put the type of data store in the URI?
I think that's been shot down.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
or some type of key value pair bag for each type.
Yeah, so what was what I was proposing as do not have the name of the data store in the URI. Have that be a common API, a common endpoint which you need to learn. Change add instance to grow cluster, change delete instance to shrink cluster. And define for the first time the, if you will, structure of what grow cluster and shrink cluster should look like. And then provide, in addition to that, the ability to say, Percona extra information.
Or just a data bag, or just a data bag, right? Just extra information.
Yeah. Any data store just pulls that, grabs the stuff it needs. Whatever the data store wants.
In the case of Percona, it would be a donor ID.
Yeah. No, you can have whatever you want.
It's
a bag of whatever.
It's a bag, so you can have a JSON blob.
Whatever's necessary for that data store, right? Yeah. Yeah.
So we will basically say grow cluster colon brand instances, comma, extra.
So right here, we have like an extra ops or extra value, whatever. And you have a collection sales.
Some generic term.
Key value pairs.
Okay.
Which makes sense for that particular data store.
Well, and the data store. Yeah.
So the extra things we come up with grow ups. No, I'm not kidding.
Oh.
Delete shrink ops. You're already within the context of that.
You're already within the context of that.
Yeah.
So in that case, so the last question I guess is, if I have extra options which are permitted to each instance, where do you want me to provide that?
Right there, right? Oh.
Well, yeah, you should have a default, maybe, default instance info, and then you can override that in your instances. So if you want to create 6 with flavor 7 and 1 with flavor 9, the default is flavor 7, and then you just add that info into one of them.
I understand what it is, but just to be sure.
Before we overload Steve.
Before we get out of here,
Hey, Biffle, you guys are doing clusters for Q. What are you doing for different types? I know you just.
When you initially create the cluster, you don't provide a list of instances that you want to create, you just have one size. You figure out if you want to grow it, you go past and it's just size. But it's not as hands-on, it's not as close.
That's it.
That means it's homogeneous, right? Yeah.
So do I have this right?
I don't want to change it to the group cluster.
Just because for some types, we actually do is one system.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't change it on mine.
It's not showing up on this for some reason. Let me reconnect.
Oh, yeah, mine, I see grow cluster. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So you said not options.
Grow up.
I would say something like text
Parameters.
Extra info.
and if it was more than that,
No.
Well, there's an add shard in although we already basically decided that.
Similar to
Which means we stuck with
the
it.
slave terminology from MySQL, we got away from that product reference, and we want to get away from shard and call it.
So add shard be replaced with grow cluster.
Do we version or API that?
I would really, I'm going to straight to version. Yeah, we haven't yet ever done that.
Yeah.
You mean move to a
support both.
new version?
Well, support both, right?
That one on the other, and PowerPoint never created 2 versions later.
You're right, you're right.
Yes.
Well, we were talking with George, you said sometimes the user wants to specify it. Well, yeah, then if they
So,
don't specify, you use
I
your
think
best guess.
in the V1 implementation, we haven't discussed implementation details yet, but I think the MVP actually is Trove, just figures it out, and then it allows you to specify it
as a best guess.
Okay. So classrooms going to have a bag for the selfie? Yes. Okay.
So basically, per instance parameters and all instance parameters.
So the flip side of that is that you get into conflict issues that I specify like flavor side and whatever at the top level, and then also specify it on the inside. There's a take overrides manipulates.
So you have per data store implementation specific left up to the implementer.
Because the flip side of not having left at the top level is that, yeah, it's a little more wordy, but
there are some things which may not be specific. There may be things that are not specific.
Well, then you have to specify every time.
It's cluster specific, it can be at the top level. Like we don't try and
have defaults.
Specific things down, right? Because most of the time this is being generated by a CLI anyway, and shows has more likes. It doesn't.
Another question.
I'm okay with it.
Should we have a type? How am I going to know how to parse? I don't know what type it is. Grow cluster. I put a bunch of random parameters, and how I know it's Arcona versus Mongo versus something else.
Well, there's the specific cluster UUID that it's in the route. So that's a specific type.
That's right.
Okay. I'll read the changes on the spectrum like that.
You said shrink cluster?
Yeah, the delete instance right now, the request is sending the delete request. He's not sending a post. He's not sending a post. You can see sending a delete.
See that instance.
Is that the way it was?
Yeah, that's it. There's no, there isn't, which doesn't, there isn't how we shrink cluster.
Yeah.
So you can't remove 3 instances.
You cannot remove 3
Is this the same way that the Mongo's was done?
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah.
Why are we using other?
Are you asking about grow cluster? I think he's implementing it the same way. Also implemented requests which we proposed in the cluster.
Although it sounds like patch would be a better way of doing it.
We use that actually matches
for configuration groups.
Yeah.
The problem with patch, I think, is you have to,
Has to be guaranteed atomic or atomic.
Yeah, you have to figure out what the delta is.
But it's also supposed to be an atomic operation, which may be difficult. Having, say, 3 clusters, what if one of them fails? You have to delete the other 2.
So you guys like the verb or make an action or a patch? The reason why I delete it just.
So I think we need to insist, right? Like if we're going to treat instances as a collection of resources that we can modify using verbs, we should do that everywhere. We should post to whatever it is /cluster/instances that we add, or we should make them all actions. This is a bit of yeah. And to me, I don't know, we just finished going through the whole thing. Now that I see this, rest semantics, it seems like the right thing to do is post to the
cluster.
Yeah.
Cluster with a delete.
Well, the cluster, you have cluster/cluster ID, and it has a collection of instances, right? It has.
No, it doesn't have the collection of instances.
But it does in the delete.
It does over here.
Yeah.
So I mean, just like add instance could why is that instance not just post to that kill instances?
Delete only one instance. In this particular case, you can only delete one instance. You cannot delete multiple instances.
Yes.
Yes, right. So this should be post to cluster with a body which says delete instance of.
Yeah, so I was saying, we either do that, or we go back and we change add such that add is post to instances.
So add would become a post to this.
Post to an instance with an
Instances.
Oh, you post to the collection.
Right, you're either editing the collection or you're
Well,
editing
in which case the verb you use doesn't matter, because it's not gonna be read. It's the fact you're posting the instances is gonna
So what do you want to
be
do?
the growth.
Well, are there posting that instance? Why do
No,
you
but
guys-
Just to the post to the cluster ID.
So that's
And the flip side.
that's the action. That's the exact reason why Mongo chose the add shard route, because you're not really posting a single instance in that case. You're adding multiple instances to add the whole shard.
And we've already included in our design. Right, now we're back to the structure of the cluster to the API.
Another question, is there another way to get to these instances? Those are first class Trove instances. Which you can do those to different.
Yeah, and we do. There's
There's nothing to stop you.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna show the way that you can the other way to do it. So
So right now we have the action-based route to grow it, or posting the instances to grow it, and we should probably pick one of the two and keep.
I like to grow it because we don't know what other, like, I think some make a point where we don't know whether the growing means an action on the instance itself or an action on the cluster. So if we go cluster / instance and post there, right? We actually that be saying, okay, you want to do something on the instance collection or whatever, right? But we don't know if all the, like, for example, Mongo, I don't think it works that way. Mongo, you add the shard and then you add the.
So I think the downside of going that route is that if we treat a cluster as a resource that has a set of instances that are resources that we can then apply actions to, we have a whole set of further actions we can do. We can say get, right? Or we can say edit on an instance, and we have a resource, we have a URL scheme that already defines that for us with the API. It's very simple to figure out how that would work. We go the other route if that's just saying, our API, the only resource it knows about is cluster. If you want to edit that cluster, you can go to that cluster in the API and say add to or remove from or edit.
Give it an action.
And it gets a lot harder for us to expand that and to say, like, okay, now what is the API for get? Show me details of what instance you're playing. Well, that's not there. So now we have to go down.
Get the cluster and then find the one instance you want.
Yeah, now you have to add, we're gonna have to add an action called show instance that takes a parameter that's an instance type, right? Like, it's gonna get ugly versus doing it just using REST, which already kind of makes this easy for us. But it's a lot simpler.
Can't you support the show without actually supporting create and delete, because create and delete of instances to a cluster might not always be the way.
Right? Like, as a first walking up to this API, I see that we define these resources, but the normal REST actions get some resources that have to be this other API that's in the payload of a host to the cluster.
You're right.
Yeah, we're doing weird that are half one.
Is that actually a RESTful violation to have two different URIs in the same thing?
I've done enough REST APIs, I don't want to get into any REST.
It seems like talking about it. I mean,
Let's just make the changes and see if there's very
Restful.
okay. So let's make it consistent then. So you guys suggesting having a post here, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the best way to do it, right? There's a collection, there's a cluster, and it has a collection of instances, and the instances are resources that we can add to, and we can query, and we can edit them if we want, we can have puts in there, and that's just
But wouldn't that mean that this is the way that you think it should be done, by having a delete on the instance ID?
yeah, but this delete works, and the add has to change to a post to cluster ID slash instances.
Yes, that's
So you like,
I thought that's what it was. I wasn't looking at it.
That's a minor change.
But so then you can't resolve the Mongo case in that situation.
well,
That's-
unfortunately, they did this the other day.
Well,
no, not just that. You
it's hard
can't
to retrofit that.
resolve a grow your
Replica
Mongo
set.
cluster by just adding instances.
And it's like conceptually, it's.
Sorry, why did I?
Because you need to create a replica set, you need to create,
You
you need
need-
to create a shard. So there's other things that you need to add in the Mongo world to grow the cluster, not just instance.
So I guess I'm missing the proposal. I thought grow cluster was okay, we're gonna change this one. Are you suggesting changing grow cluster?
I thought the suggestion was not to do grow cluster.
You looked at different things.
You go ahead.
So I think one of the suggestions on the table was not doing it using the actions grow cluster and doing it only this way, in which case I was pointing out we're not able to resolve, say, the Mongo scenario. But
Can you switch back to this thing? Like the Etherpad?
Conceptually, I don't know, it doesn't seem to make sense to be doing operations on instance selection. Like it's because it's a cluster. I mean, you have to, if you want to add instances, it has to be the cluster is doing the add, not us. So, I mean, at some level, it's
mentally either map a cluster to just a thing as a cluster, or a cluster is actually just a collection of instances, right?
I prefer to treat a cluster as an entity by itself, because there are other cases where, for example, a cluster will automatically rebalance itself. You're never going to achieve that with this. I would rather have a cluster operation to rebalance. I don't want to go to 3 instances and say, you guys schlepped data at once. So if you want a top cluster, top cluster. Which is why I would say row cluster should be a cluster targeted command, not an instance targeted. That's a semantic difference, whether you end
So you're-
slash instance.
Like you can like that, right?
Right.
Or you see it.
Well, then we need.
so that's the other case.
That's the other half.
And one thing that we can, cluster is not
Yeah,
separation.
just put in there to.
In our case it is, or is, but for Mongo case it's not. There's other VMs that get posted, that get spun up that are not.
and that's a leeching chain.
Yes, so we cut the URI space off at the cluster ID, and anything you want to do that cluster, you do it as an action
On the cluster ID.
Okay.
We just set that as the way clusters work.
Okay.
So what would happen if I took the instance ID? What if I took the instance ID and did a post to slash v1 slash instance slash instances slash add instance?
No, that's what I think that's
You
what
will
we're saying, that
That's only
there is no
handle.
slash instance.
That is
That's
only
the
handle.
restful way,
So-
but we would disallow that.
So there is like a.
So that
hand-
says this is an instance in a cluster. You cannot delete it directly. Go do it
Yeah.
through the cluster. That's what's happening today.
No, but you can't control.
But you can
how
see it.
we do But so we
But-
control what Trove.
But you can see it though. If you do a get on that, then you will get it.
Well, not, if you do it through Trove, we can stop that. You know, if you do a Nova show on it, yeah.
what I'm
No,
saying-
control.
Trove, we're saying, if you do it, so I do a Trove cluster create, which is a post to slash v1 slash ID slash clusters, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You give me back a list of 3 IDs, 3 instance IDs. I pick the first one.
Yeah.
And I do a show on that instance ID. The proposal is it should come back to you and say, sorry, you can't do that, go to cluster.
So
and do a show.
currently we only allow read-only operations. So you can do a show. It will show you the details and it will show you that it's part of the
I think
cluster,
there's a
but
flag that
you can't actually modify it.
I think there's a flag that you can pass, right? I think that on that.
That's on the list. So if you, for quota reasons, you could say, show me all my instances, even if they're part of a cluster. And then it will show you even the instances that are part of the cluster. But you can't actually manage any of them unless you go through the cluster.
So one quick question. So if we do the shared cluster way, where we specify a set of instances to be removed from the cluster, does that delete those instances too automatically, or does it just remove them from the cluster and separate delete on that instance ID?
No. It would,
The former.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it completely deletes. Now what would happen if it's
not just delete it, whatever the data, whatever a specific cluster inserted, whatever you mean for that particular
So
custom
data store,
strategy.
whatever delete means, it'll do that.
Yeah.
Whether
So
it's
for
taken
us, we'll be
offline.
deleting.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, whatever shrink.
So for Mongo, could be deleting instances and also deleting one of the replica set, for example.
So let me ask you another question. So since there is a URI for that particular instance that doesn't refer to the cluster, if somebody was issuing a delete on that URI,
It would bounce.
Yeah.
it's still in cluster, that should fail.
It would
Yeah,
fail,
fail.
yes.
Fails.
I think we said it was read only right now, right? Or,
Yeah. So you can do read-only operations like show or get like described, but you can't actually
Post.
change this or delete it. Yeah.
So that's a validation. But if you check the URI terms on any of those operations,
Right. That's as long as it's owned or part of the cluster.
So we're changing the delete into shrink action. Okay.
that should probably be called out of the special.
I had something that was quite anti-rotated because with you.
So the next one will be delete cluster, and that after all the conversation, then this one makes sense then.
Do you want to switch?
Yeah.
Now we would just post the cluster with an action of the cluster. Should we do that now?
Supplying different body.
Yeah.
You're saying something wrong with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So should we change that for executing cluster and leave Mongo as a special case to be external?
So where we say slash cluster slash row cluster or slash cluster slash shrink cluster, right? So cluster
No,
ID.
it's actually already cluster, so it's cluster.
Sorry,
URI as
when I say cluster, I mean
ID.
ID cluster ID slash grow cluster or grow and slash shrink.
The problem with just having an action word, problem type, is that it's a string, and so it's good identifier for it. So you can say, cluster slash cluster ID, or you can say cluster slash grow, and there's usually a way to distinguish between what it's on. And that just happens to be.
No, I'm still saying you'd have the cluster ID, but instead of just posting to the cluster ID, you do cluster ID slash grow.
So you're changing the URI in the create to be tenant slash clusters slash cluster ID. Oh, so in the case of create, it's cluster ID. So it's tenant slash clusters slash add create clusters.
That's just opposed to
That's
the clusters collection.
I thought you were saying that you should have a word with the URI.
On specific cluster you.
No, what if I'm creating a cluster?
Then you just need to cluster the.
You don't want to create a cluster action. You post to slash clusters, that's fine, and the word should be not cluster, but it should be create. Right now,
Just so you know, we're posting it.
so scroll up.
no post means
Post on
anything.
collection.
Like it's not defined. It's whatever the body identifies it. I mean, a put means a create, right? So
But it's a pretty common practice when you post to a collection resource. That means create. It's a very complicated thing. So if you post to clusters.
right. A post just means do some action on that collection. It doesn't actually specify what the action is in Rest.
But in this case.
So the question is whether we have the action on the data or on the URL, right? That's the question.
Yeah, so here's the problem. When you get on slash cluster slash ID, you get
Right.
What you're now doing is just saying, okay, if I go post against slash cluster slash AE, I can supply something that's not a cluster dictionary. It's a growth.
This is already done with restart, resize.
No, it's not. The way it's done right now is with an action verb and a URL. So it's cluster slash cluster AE slash action.
And then, oh, sorry, just looking at the API, I guess could be wrong. Because for a database, you can do instance ID slash action, and then the payload is either restart, resize, or resize instance.
Yeah, that's within action.
Okay, sorry, I just want to confirm.
That's not great. You should be changing, if you do a get against a resource, you should be able to put whatever you want.
So post you can do anything. For put specifically, you shouldn't do that because put just means take what I have in my payload, create a resource out of it, and put it at that URI. For post though, I don't think REST specifies that you're supposed to have post basically says take this information and do whatever the script of that URI says to do. I mean, it doesn't even have to be against the resource.
Okay, so unraveling all that.
So I think that specific issue, whether we need an action at the end of it or not, I'm not entirely convinced we do, but we need to figure out. We need to be consistent with. So I don't like the fact that we're not consistent with the rest of our actions, which at least say action at the end of it, and we're just going against the particular resource here. So.
So let's propose something.
I think there's something to be said for at least being consistent, even if we're consistently wrong, right? In that case. So at least your API is consistent, but pardon? By some definition of wrong, which yeah.
So
so we're proposing to do the add and the delete based on these actions that are called grow cluster and shrink cluster.
Which are only defined as actions in the body of the message rather than the URI.
Which are defined as actions in the body of the message. Now, do we want to define that as, change that route to be cluster resource slash action and then define it in the body of the URI as we have the precedent for instances? That is something that we need to figure out.
Okay. I think you're running into trouble. You don't put the action in the URI. I think you're running into trouble with what you're thinking. Being able to support multiple payload types.
For the same.
Then you can use generic payloads.
And I think that's probably the reason that they went down the slash action route.
Then you get one specific payload.
Well, you could have multiple actions in action, but at least you have one specific route where you know you have to do this switch based on the data bag that's coming in.
Right. So if you take row, you know you're going to take a row plus switch. And then you have some given data store type specific parameters in it.
No, but so the way we've implemented it is not slash grow, it's the resource slash action, like the word action, not the actual action. For instance,
Which is basically not saying anything.
Which is basically not saying anything except that it's the action that's being performed by posting to this URI depends on the body, on the payload.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that if you do something like that, it's a very generic URI. So what you want to do, you run into the problems of having very generic payloads that can support any actions.
Well, we don't have that problem because you put different payloads and we have a work where you define the payload.
And it all just works.
It all just works.
And maybe this is maybe a hypothesis. I think that's one of the different ways we can figure it out. assumption was that you couldn't just specify a different payload based on whatever you wanted to do, right? You couldn't say that any payload without defining the integrated genomic range, just like as an entire property line. So one variable payload that says, or one main value payload that says, this is a growth payload. So, so these are the things that you would do. So the first thing you have to do is check the payload type. Say, okay, I'm doing a growth payload. These are the parameters that I expect.
We're not doing that, right?
So
That you do so, but I don't know how you would support the both of them. Rather than you have to do something like that in the same year.
So we're currently, so when you say we're not doing that, do you mean we're for clusters or do you mean for what exists in Trove today? So for Trove instances today, we're doing that for 3 specific actions that Doug was talking about earlier, which is resize, restart,
Looks like you're
and
doing
resize.
slash resize.
No, it's slash action.
The word action.
A-C-T-I-O-N. That's not anything. What is who decided that? I've never heard that in my whole life on any API. Never.
Welcome to our world.
There is a precedent for doing slash resize. The OAA team actually made a patent on that, so that is a correct RESTful practice. Now, post to and made, like resize, that's legal. That's better than posting slash action.
No,
Right.
so the Trove code base today, the API v1 that we support, that already exists. Like post to slash action.
Post slash action. What does that even mean?
Post to instances slash
So
action.
you creating something on the action? That's what it.
So you're doing an action.
You're posting, so it's not a put. So it's not.
Post is create, put is update, right? That's
No, put is create, right?
No, put is update.
Post can be anything.
Post is create, so that's update.
Put is take the resource that corresponds to this payload and put it at that URI.
But
So we should probably pop this back a little bit and say, there is a bigger issue of rationalizing our API. And maybe we should figure out what we want to do with clusters because we're not going to 16 target as part of this conversation. Actions is an abomination.
So
Suggested yes. But what can we do for clusters now? And maybe take a note for the.
So if we don't want to be consistent, I think the cleanest way to go about it is slash grow, where you explicitly specify the action, and then the payload you put in a data bag, so you know exactly what data store type information needs to be passed along and can be passed along generically as part of that payload, right?
And
then
similarly, you end with clusters slash ID
slash shrink.
delete or shrink.
Right.
If you're already implementing actions in someone, you're going to put actions here.
Oh, we haven't implemented cluster actions before we do it.
These are somebody going from this to do something to a cluster, then have to make a translation. And this is
But we don't have consistency in Trove. For example, the configuration, we use patch, right, instead of action.
You can slap him if you want.
So I guess the
I'm just forcing you.
So you're talking about the state of right?
Taking actions, but like you said, that's not the way we want to be.
What do you suggest?
You should, I guess, what it's saying is that we shouldn't have had that word action. We should just post it to the instance and then have the action inside the payload. Right? So what I'm understanding, we should have just posted it to the instance ID without the slash action, and then just have the action inside the payload. That's wrong too.
Right, you would get on that slash instance. That should be an indication that URIs.
for a put though, right? Not necessarily for a post. It's still confusing. I'll grant you that.
We don't support that right now because if I were to do a post on
That is the inconsistent part already, so what you're saying be consistent with what we've already done, which is being inconsistent with itself.
Yeah.
Why are we going with the patch route? You can be consistent with the configuration.
No, that's not a patch, right?
So you're updating the resource.
Well, if it's a patch, then you don't provide just the instance which you want to delete or add, you provide the entire.
Yeah. So instead of doing a post,
But the diff,
But I think one of the things with patch is that it has to be an atomic action. So you have to pretty much guarantee it. You don't complete every part of the patch, you roll it back. You have to be in a known state when you're finished. Which, I don't know, like growing a cluster, can we guarantee that everything will work?
so if you're adding 3 nodes and
If one
let's say the
fails.
middle one fails, then what do? We don't know that.
You could in the case of that, you can't do case of delete. So you can be
Oh, yeah.
patch delete.
Yeah.
Because you get halfway through, something failed, you can't go back because you've already deleted.
Yeah.
So then you have to have some transactional.
yeah, I think
I mean, what I get out of it is that the whole REST thing is intended for a simpler world when you live in it. So we're trying to take something and shoehorn it in, and that's why we're having all this friction, because it's not the best tool for what we're doing, but it's the one we've chosen, so we're going to have to jerry-rig it a bit to make it work.
Actually saves a common problem. Go into it, one common filter is to say either have the action or say actions / something like that.
In the URL?
Yes. In the URL, we said that too.
No, but you just said that looked wrong.
No. / I'm looking here, so for resize, restart instance would be instances / instance ID / restart. And then whatever body you want.
Mm-hmm.
The description is right now.
Oh, the action's actually in the URL.
So, yeah, that's the thing that people do.
I suspect what happened is somebody in this conversation on IRC said the URI should contain the action. That was translated into the URI.
Yeah, it's possible.
so. I think. Like, I think I'm convinced that there really isn't anything consistent here from a Trove perspective, and the cleanest thing to do is to actually contain or have the action in the URI, which makes sense from a REST perspective. So let's go that way.
Let's put it in the ether pattern.
So would that be /grow /shrink?
Yeah, good. That's easier. That's easier to do. Control it.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Right.
Yeah,
there's routing inside. Yeah.
Versus the one route. Everything right now is one / action.
Yeah, and then
There's
internal routing.
switch cases. It contains resize. Why don't you put resize and restart?
Well, I think there's a routing. There's already a routing mechanism.
It's just like validation.
Yeah, but it's putting an action on the end doesn't seem any more.
Well, it's a route now. You're routing it.
Yeah, because it's not, you're not modeling the concept, you're just exploiting the mechanism.
They're both weird, yeah.
We just have the routing built in for you, as opposed to, like, right now the code routes it based on the action payload.
That was the only thing. It's the routing table. Yeah. Your validation.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. It just seems like whichever way you pick, it's, no, we're not really even making the rest of the thing.
That's not RESTful. Yes. No. That's the last. Yeah, I had the same problem. We had to have idea managing this for how do you get around it.
Well, the problem in the most cases why you can't use a put for create is because you don't know the URI where the instance exists. If you already know the URI where the instance exists, you can use a put for create. No, if
and it has to figure out, oh, you're showing me this. Why But that's no matter. That's
Maybe more restful, but it doesn't mean it's easier.
yeah. It's almost terrible. You're doing something that you want to do.
Basically, we would post your instances slash IP with resize at the state.
Well, no, I mean that. You simply say, instances, IP, and what you say is,
In the, well,
size,
post should use to create, put to modify, other states should the other way. And basically says neither is quite right. We're both screwed. We're both screwed. I don't know, I have to read that, I have to read it.
No, we don't. I need to change that out. I just haven't gotten to it.
And then exactly that, if you look at the idea with new size, yeah, just resizes.
And that would be very restful, but
That's true.
it's
Exactly
for
right.
other reasons.
Exactly right. Split to be ideal with like size. Yeah, then we have some ugly business logic on that.
But then, I mean, that was restart. What do you do for restart?
Right.
There's no state you can put.
Yeah.
You always have, other than, well, I guess what you do is you would put something that says the start time is now, and that's say, oh, but I actually started. Anyway, so you just need to restart.
So Jen was on the OData team at Microsoft, so that's fine with standard, and they patented the idea of for REST, so posting to action verb. Like it's actually, I saw the patent mentioned slash verb name. That's like a thing now for, you can, like it's okay to do, even though it's not really the ill RESTful, but like people are doing kind of. So that's what OData is, the standard.
But then doesn't that mean we have to take slash action out?
Slash action is weird, yeah.
No, but I mean, if somebody's patented it, does that mean we can't do it?
No,
I just know it's standard, it's not a patent.
no, they
Okay. Where did Steve go?
I don't know.
Dude.
I thought the whole point of OData was
That is true.
they went with patent.
I thought it should be patent.
Okay.
You would know. Maybe we just, whatever it is, maybe just know.
So the last thing I want to go through is the link cluster. I'm sure after the conversation, this is the one that I think we should look at right here. We're working on that. These sort of clusters and sort of stuff. So it's okay to use the verb. Internal API changes. I put no change in internal API, but I'm gonna have to add like the task manager API for add and remove cluster, or shrink and remove, shrink and grow cluster there. So I'll change that. Same thing with the guest agent. Now as we go down a little bit, we'll just go through this library quick. Because of the talk that we have done so far about the API changes and how everything goes, this might change a little bit as well. So, but this is actually consistent with what is there right now with in clustering for Mongo. So, let me see. Yep, pretty basic. Create cluster, a number of instances. That's going to change to it's a multi-cap. Yes. Response. So cluster the same way. It also gives you the IP. Yeah, it gives you all the IP, all the different IPs in there. And then if you want to know which one, which of these IP control to which is, and then you can show cluster pieces. So this is show cluster. Yeah.
So this would be grow cluster.
Grow cluster, right? Yeah. And then we're also going to design an optional, extra options or configuration that we talked about.
So the CLI has changed based on these discussions.
Yeah, I would change. I'll put Pro Cluster. In this case, we'll probably Cluster Pro. Yeah, so this CLI was pretty much done with to match it that what was there before, but after the API conversation that we had.
Instance of cluster. You specify the same. I don't know if our CLI handles that right now.
It does. So if you look at the example here, I think he does specify it somewhere, something like this. So you specify dash instance. For each instance, you specify the flavor value, and then you specify it for the second instance, so on and so forth. And so you can create or add or whatever you grow with multiple instances.
One thing I is instance or node or what is the right terminology here?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. What was the question?
What is the right terminology in HTTP cluster for a instance, node? What do you call it?
But I'm not talking about a specific, I'm talking about like in general, because this API CLI is gonna be, I guess, share or
all clusters.
All cluster, right?
So I think
yeah,
if we've already
in clustering terminology, node is pretty universal to mean a single instance or single member of the cluster.
So I mean, we've pretty much gone down the route of calling it a cluster instance, since I'm not sure we want to revisit that.
It's fairly generic.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so this is how the API look like. That's pretty much it.
So if the idea is to have this be a common API, I mean, should there be a concept of a shard here, even if there's only one shard?
So I think that would have to be added somehow on the extra option. Or
no, but what I'm saying is that it's so like for a database like Mongo, it's so inherent that I don't think it can be. It doesn't make sense to make it optional. It's a fundamental concept, but that concept can be applied to situations like Cassandra and that seems similar,
right?
Where
So
they don't have shards. But you could say there is simply a simple shard, and so that would be introduced in the APIs that they use. It's just that it would,
but isn't, by definition, isn't a shard a subset of the data? Whereas in the XDB cluster, all nodes have the exact same data.
right, but you could view that as an all-inclusive subset.
No, it should. In that case, I would argue there should be model by replication. Everything is a replica of the other.
Sure, all I'm saying is the intention is to have the API be consistent across all the different cluster databases. Then you have to have the most general API.
So there's nothing that precludes having another data store type that is Galera clustered instances using Fabric or something like that, where it would actually be a shard in everything, but that is not this, right?
Yeah, I was just commenting on my
Right.
statement.
No, but like
that this is intended to be the model for all the cluster databases.
So I mean,
if that's the case, then I mean, then shouldn't we try to consider other databases and make them standard?
How would you propose that? How would you
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just.
No, I see your point. You could have a database, a data store type that was something that would say MySQL Fabric, where you actually are sharding your data across MySQL instances. But the things that would change there is essentially the payload to your grow would change, where you're actually building out.
I think
necessity that Mongo cluster needs to be created in that configuration. You could be a Mongo cluster with 6 shards and 3 replicas each for a total of 18 nodes. The current API just doesn't support it.
Right. But notice I should have. We should we think about it now? If we have a combination.
Yes. So part of the reason why I like what you proposed is, but if you look at the way, so no matter what clustering technology you choose to use, there are going to be some instances you need to create. So you come along and say, I want to support this little generic MongoDB API where I have 3 replicas, 6 shards. I do the math in my head and I say I need 18 instances, and those 18 instances are clusters. I just do the instances plot 18 things. Then I say parameters, number shard 6, number shard 6, number bag into which you can put some collection of crap, which hopefully the Mongo implementation can agree with it, like this is how you're going to exchange that. I'm just leaving it as an empty bag in which you do stuff. I don't know that it's the best.
Yeah, okay. I was just commenting on the fact that the statement was made that we want to make an API which is consistent. So,
yeah.
It's just if we don't address that now, then we may find that, well, we go back and look at Mongo and say, oh, okay, so we blew it. It doesn't make sense. We can't have a consistent API. We're going to have separate API that's for sharded databases.
I can pretty much guarantee that should not happen. The only thing, so take the most abstract database post to the cluster. The big data that obviously no, we basically must have an instance.
Yeah.
That's my starting point. That's the
I don't know. Either way about whether this should be.
So I think specifically for the actions that we're proposing here, like grow and shrink, it makes sense to every sort of clustering model that we've seen or come across so far, including Mongo, sort of makes sense to all of these, and which is why we're sort of proposing them as generic routes to the clusters.
Yes,
I think we're
here seems to be consistent with everything else. What I'm saying is other things may require more things that.
No, and frankly, there's no way to know that until you go cross those hurdles yourself, right? I mean, until we try to figure out, hey, there's a data store XYZ cluster that we want to support, but we also have to do these other 3 things because that's what their clustering model is, unless we go down the route of like figuring out how to implement that clustering model in Trove, we're not going to hit that.
That's where we have to hit.
That's
well, that's the statement I don't know is true. That will be enough for everything in the future. Maybe
so
might be.
So there's like
we don't know.
Right.
But
there's known unknowns and there's unknown unknowns, and we can cater for the known unknowns, but I'm not sure how we can.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some database that comes along that we don't know about. It's just saying that we do have a set of databases that we do know we want to support. So if we wanted to have an API that was consistent, then shouldn't we just make sure that at least supports the ones that we know we want to do? But at the end of the day,
I think that's okay. The question is, have you?
And I don't care about the answer. I was just.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mongo, we obviously went through all this with Mongo and we're talking about Mongo. We have to learn these things. And now we're talking about the layer or whatever. And I mean, I'm assuming that it's kind of got Mongo back to the brain. And then I pointed out the Sandra one, which has a different thing, so obviously that's.
We'll have to standardize.
It's converged. I guess there's also.
There's Vertica too, but I think what we found is like the API seems to work okay with that. There's a couple of other issues around placement of nodes and connectivity that we might need fixes for, or we need to bring up and discuss. But I think from an API perspective, it seems okay for Vertica. So I think, well, I don't know about time, but it looks like there's lunch here, so.
And how far are we done with this topic? We're 45 minutes over on this topic. Mine started 45 minutes ago.
No, but this topic.
I think I'm done.
Topic was Vertica and Cassandra.
Well, so for Cassandra, we made an explicit decision yesterday that we don't really have a lot of the expertise, and we need to figure out how to get expertise on the team so that we can review some of the Cassandra patches. Yes. That the API reflecting the review. So I think it's the back. Yeah. The bikes right now. Why don't we break and pass out the lunch food, and then we'll continue.
Yes, we should.
A sandwich.
I can hold the hangout camera
In front of the camera, how's that?
just ignore it now.
Yes. Yeah.
I think this will maybe turn into a impromptu hackathon session.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and pick back up listening to the feed and have some lunch. So if you need me again, if you sting me.
Okay, so.
I have everything ready though. That's why I was like, I need to do it soon. Otherwise, the embryo explodes. It's only going to take 10 minutes.
They're all different. Yeah, mine's Clementine.
Wonder how they decide.
Would you rather have Clementine? You not like grapefruit? I don't mind grapefruit.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Clementine. You will Clementine?
Orange.
Although it's not putting something.
Yeah, it's slightly different taste.
That was ready to live with her. You're supposed to be put up on her with the apples.
Toronto is now. East Toronto. Those are actually so Toronto, then North York, East York, York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke. They're all now all together as Toronto. That happened.
Markham's not part of Toronto.
No,
Neither
Markham.
is Mississauga.
Right, neither are.
When you guys heading back, Friday?
Yeah, Friday morning.
You guys fly, right? In Canada?
Yeah.
I mean, I carry clothes right being next to New York. The culture we're getting the density. I don't know if you're out there because the statistic that 75% of all crane hospitals are that's what I'm saying. It's weird to see a skyline only as one crane. But in that section, there'd be like 6 or 8 in Toronto.
I don't know, I could say a second one.
Just gonna squint.
Yeah, squint in between those two buildings. Oh yeah, way in the distance.
Actually, I think there's more trains in Redmond.
cranes.
Okay.
But like in Toronto, there's like cranes everywhere. They're putting buildings in between buildings.
That's interesting because I heard like the Canadian economy kind of tank a little because of all the prices.
Yeah, so I mean, they slow down for a bit, but what's
the Canadian dollar now? Like 80 cents?
79,
That's their 79.
79, wow.
I think it was 80 when they said drop to 70, so it was 79.
Yeah, I was reading this morning that it may drop to 60.
Really?
That's what I was reading this morning. So I'm like, oh.
That was like
Everyone jumped on the band.
50 years ago, right? That's what it was 50 years ago. Huh? 50, like 99, 99.
Yeah, the Australian dollar's having the same problem. Which is great for me when I travel back home.
Then it's like the Toronto, I mean, if price wasn't high, they don't really attack activities in West. If it drops, and the dollar drops, then all the manufacturing starts to come material again and bounces there. So. Yeah, yeah. Well, if the dollar drops, that's not a problem.
It's good to be like in the middle, right? Maybe 90 cents, 85. Yeah, like a sweet spot. The first time here in Gas. Have you been to Vancouver? Have you been to Vancouver?
Yeah.
Let's see there. See there while we're
Yeah. Yeah, I had expected lots of results. Yep. There's our.
What is that?
Spicy chips.
See, that probably was my mind. That's it, I think spicy food is everyone.
I don't expect luau BBQ to be spicy.
Well, it says it's both sweet and spicy.
Yeah. Hawaiian food is spicy.
So we try to so we reached out to them. Said, we're using this over the map, it's up in my so we didn't want to just get it to them. So I tried to take back to the mind. You're doing it fine.
I think they have it perfectly right that maybe something that's not right today. I think
Dennis is watching me eat apparently.
Oh, Dennis says, wait.
Oh, Dennis IRC.
So I would be surprised not to see progress on that, but especially given things like
Yes.
Do you want to set up? That might be. Do you want to switch with me? Yeah, the cable is long to each. You can add. Oh, is he still on the phone? No, Andrew. Oh, Andrew. Nobody calls
Whiteboard. I see what's going on there.
I thought you were talking about Andrew Gridley, who was watching the
Oh, okay.
Let's see what's up.
Should really help if I can mirror it. But...
What?
I'm sitting right here and I can barely see what's
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how do you mirror this.
Is that better?
I'm going to.
What is that little thing off there that you're trying to find out?
The bottom left corner? No, can't be.
There you go.
Oh, is it?
It's these are the wire, a little bit of the white.
The white wire right there?
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Yep. I don't know why it's like, why is it cutting off a piece?
Your screen's that.
Yeah.
Usually, I've seen that problem on this before.
While you're sitting there,
Yeah. So basically running VMware. So what I'm just SSHing to my VM here, and use PyCharm or Sublime editor. Look at this. What is this res?
So while Eddie's getting set up, I think the clustering discussion that we had this morning, there were a couple other points that we ran into when we tried some of the prototypes for the Vertica implementation. And Sushil can talk a bit more about that. But essentially, for Vertica, one of the things that matters quite a bit is node placement. Basically, currently, the only sort of node placement / scheduling that we do in Trove is by passing availability zone hints through Nova. So there's a bunch of folks. I know Jonathan been talking with the Nova folks to see what sort of anti-affinity scheduling we can do through Nova and try to get some of that pushed through, even if it means it comes as a blueprint. But we all already in Trove don't have scheduling based on host aggregates in Nova, where you can say, give me an instance, but make sure it's passing scheduling so that it's scheduled only in this host aggregate. So that's something that, from a Vertica perspective, that we want to do. So it's fairly straightforward. Where we're taking in the availability zone hint and passing it through Nova, we want to pass in the host aggregate hint similarly in the same way. So a bit of both. It cares about anti-affinity in the sense that you want to have certain nodes, if I understand correctly, not on the same host physical machine, but on the same rack because of network constraints.
As long as we can see it.
So, and currently the only way to do rack awareness is used by user-defined host aggregates. So you define a host aggregate for a particular rack, and then you specify you want this machine to be scheduled not on the same host, but on this host aggregate, which is the same rack. So,
are we going to do anything similar to that for are you going to do anything with node affinity placement for that?
I was thinking of you know, we could find flavors that in every also specify the slot. If you know, if it's the same kind of user, then we use that. If you don't, just choose whatever. I don't think
But it has to be notion not on the same machine.
right. So we have to
Yes.
ideally, Vertica, you actually want this
so chatty, but just
So apart from that, I think there was another, so we saw this specifically in Vertica. I don't know if there's any other clusters that have this requirement, but this is just part of the provisioning where the nodes of Vertica itself need to be able to communicate with each other over SSH in some manner. So the actual provisioning of the cluster, we're still trying to figure out how to do it, but I don't know if you want to talk a bit more about this. Yeah, so that happens specifically on SSH. So this means that when we're provisioning the cluster, we have to have some provisioning mechanism to get a key going just for that, specific to that cluster, so that the nodes are able to talk to each other. So.
Yeah, so basically, clusters, we need to have the particular equivalent for multi-line descriptions. Something in general, just like we have both non-speaking, we have and we need to have communication with the system between the user as well as the root user of the call. In order to begin the communication. That is what is required. So that is a general requirement for most other courses. Even a passwordless SSH in between all the nodes over the cluster. So you need to be a way to inject a key as a query when we are trying to create an instance. Right now, yeah. So the problem is if you put the same key on all the boxes, every one of the instance would be able to connect to every other instance.
That's not what you want to do. I mean, you want to generate.
So yeah. So then it's yeah.
I don't know if we should be storing keys in the database. This is a conversation where like, yeah, that we can have all like how exactly we're getting the keys out there. But some of these aren't much area, but I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you haven't grabbed the box,
Grab one now.
grab one now.
You want like
Let me see if I can find Andy again. Oh, just mentioning it. I think we need to figure out ourselves what like our strategy is going forward before we get a formal out of it. Just try to get them a heads up.
Is anyone even in this thing? Is anyone in this?
Yeah, Dennis is there.
Okay. I didn't know
I think
if
George was there.
one viewer. I know.
I thought George was watching it too. I thought we had at least two. I thought Andrew was tomorrow.
Let me be sure now. Like,
Remember to smile a lot.
yeah.
us, though, showing the screen, we would be able to see anything anyway. But really have to hear the whole crowd. Any other questions?
The full demo is shown to the camera earlier, so I wish I could see it.
Support is actually kind of regular target. I don't mean that in any way, but it's easier, but it's not.
I'm ready.
So we're trying to get, but that's just part of it. We also do all sorts of.
Or do you want to say wait for Andy? I can show Andy anytime. I'll go ahead and start then if everyone's here, I think. Okay, so hot pools. Our idea for hot pools, the overview here, is basically if we had a group of Nova instances already preloaded and active and running, can we kick off our Trove instances to basically use those Nova instances and attach the Trove process and getting the guest agent and all that stuff to the already running Nova instances to basically get around the Nova boot times and etc. Because on our Helion system, it's upwards of 250 seconds to actually boot up a Nova instance to get fully active and everything ready to go. That counts as that Trove create time. For DevStack, the numbers aren't, it goes pretty fast, but basically I'm going to show you the proof of concept running on DevStack currently. So with this, it's basically two parts. One part is the actual hot pool service that keeps N instances running. So if you take one, it'll make another one. If one errors out, it'll delete it and keep creating, basically keep a pool of instances similar to how Nodepool works. I actually tried to use Nodepool, but it was pretty much too complicated for what we needed because Nodepool is more about building new images and going active than actually just keep maintaining, giving a image ID and flavor, just keeping a pool of those running.
Just a bit of background for those who don't know, or who are new to Nodepool is the service that OpenStack CI Infrachain uses to get instances up and running for their tests on Joule. So when a new test needs to be run, it goes and instead of provisioning an instance and using it at that time, there's just this pool of instances going around that it picks from, and then that already have images pre-enriched on them, and certain images and whatnot for those tests to run.
I can't even imagine how long the build would take if it wasn't
great. So another piece, the other side was how do I change Trove without, I don't want to actually change this. This is not going upstream currently because there's, which we can talk about why, but we have this idea of, extending Trove. So basically monkey patching, monkey patching the Nova client create. So I have a wrapper around Nova client create that looks for hot pools and then does all the stuff. Attach the security group, attach the neutron network, the Cinder volumes, the and whatever else I need to. And I have this idea of I use Nova metadata, since we're not going to be able to file inject the guest info file since the Nova instance is already created. Because when we do a Trove create, we actually during the Nova boot we inject the guest info file with all the database information, the tenant ID, etc. That's actually all. That's how Nova essentially knows about the Trove instance ID. So I had this idea, we all did, to write to the Nova metadata, and then I made a new service that runs under the guest agent that looks for basically this metadata written, these key value pairs of instance, like Trove instance ID, tenant ID, whatever's in the guest info file. Once it sees that, it writes the guest info file and kicks off the Trove guest agent, which is kind of nice guest info because you actually, when you do a Nova show, you actually get to see the Trove instance ID within Nova, so you actually can get that pairing. So I had this idea in the future to maybe we should, instead of file injecting guest info, we should write the metadata for real for Trove in the normal process. But I can explain more of that later.
I just have what you do for the config file.
The config file.
Yeah, guest info plus the guest agent config.
Yeah, I do the conf.
I recall it comes from Task Manager once you start up the actual configuration.
It comes from file injection from Task Manager and Task Manager creates an instance. It does a file injection of the config, and then the VM comes up that config that will be there.
Well, the guest info in there. Guest info.
Yeah.
The difference here is guest info.
You do the
conf. Guest info only have instances.
Oh yeah, sorry. The conf I can add the conf file.
Metadata too?
No. The I'm trying to remember now. There's a bunch of little pieces I had to do. Every input that comes from Trove, I deal with in this thing. I'm trying to remember now because I had to do the other. There's that the volumes. I guess I split those up, and like the /deb thing, the conf file.
I think one of the things is like you might want to talk a bit more about the different like Trove in a single tenant where we're managing the other tenants versus like the deployment model and DevStack and how they're different. Some of the challenges like upstream in this code that we try.
Yep. Basically, we run our Trove as always the admin tenant. So and our Nova client. So then the Nova hopple guy, the Nova admin will actually create the instances. So the admin tenant will still own the Nova instance even when another tenant from Trove makes their basically Trove instance. So when they do a Trove create, they'll have access to their Trove instance with their tenant, but the Nova instance will still be owned by admin because we have no way. There's no way upstream to change tenants from admin to another tenant. Change a Nova instance tenant after creation.
So take it that there's some impact on Nova there.
That's what I was going to wonder too.
So
so it's a different tenant, so.
No, that's what I'm saying. So the volume and the Nova instance are on the same tenant folder as opposed to the folder user that's left in the Trove instance, which is different.
The volume too, or just the Nova
volume?
Well, no, you said you attached the volume after.
I do attach the volume after.
So you create it under the user tenant?
However, wherever Trove creates the cinder volume.
Yeah, it does that.
Yeah, I just attach that one. So I just get the ID to that.
Okay.
No one send the security group, everything goes in there. Everything for the Trove, all the Trove resources that they go under that. And it's true that it affects quota, but you don't have the changes from quota. Effectively, you've got infinite data. Right. And pretty much all the resources that you need, we have them.
Well, the storage though is the storage.
Because you want to charge the user for that.
The storage is
So
not.
billing can be allowed, billing for Trove.
Yep. Since we're still using Trove, the same metering and billing still occurs for your Trove
This is
instance.
actually a better solution to that other problem, which was dealing quotas for which we ended up with split quotas and Trove and Nova. This solution is actually clean. As far as Trove is the one making the request, this is new that Nova and all storage have infinite quotas and we do all of the quota management.
It's nice in two ways. It's nice in that the user doesn't need to worry about whether they have Nova quota available. It's nice in that you can have Nova quota for the user, but the user can just Nova and database quota that they have today. That's what people expect.
So the PM,
Except this, and it's good in that you can, at a service level, have quota for the database service.
right?
Which is
Like
that
you said, the database service will never use more than a lot of percent of the data set. So there's binary control of data.
So you implemented this with multi-touch. So when Nova actually went, let's say with Trove, for instance, Nova, multi-touch,
I basically made a new Nova client create call. So I get the existing running Nova client and just wrap the current create call. And if anything ever goes wrong in any of this process, if there's any exceptions or anything, I just go. I don't do anything. I just use the existing Nova create. So then it just works as usual.
Wouldn't it be, and the reason I'm asking this question, could you implement this strategy?
Intro? Yeah, we could.
Where do you want to provision those from? Where part two is a no provision mechanism, and Nova is a no provision mechanism. The reason I ask this question is there are people who would like to use control on open stack compute platform. Or I want to support Magnum in the future, and Magnum is going to support an API which is similar but independent of the Nova API. It would be better from Trove's perspective in node provisioning and storage provisioning for strategies, which can be then replaced, and you can have a strategy for Magnum, and a strategy for Tropical, and a strategy for Nova, which is the current Trove.
Yeah, there's no reason you couldn't have a different strategy for the creation within Trove to do this, for how we want to do this upstream. Basically, the idea is right now we're basically looking for a string hot pool, because that's how we're doing it. We didn't want to add any extra database layers. But whatever we wanted to use for searching the hot pool too, we could actually add, if we added upstream, we could add another table or whatever.
So coming back to your point, you can add a strategy upstream, but it's not testable in the Nova implementation of test stack because everything goes in its own tenant. So in order to be able to use an instance which you provisioned earlier on, that you'd have to go across tenants, so you'd never be able to make that switch.
I don't understand if we can pick that up. Okay.
Well, let's actually, we want to see something because that's more fun anyway. So I'm going to go ahead. I have so I have a thing called, I made a hot pool service. So just to show what, assuming that, confirm that. Okay. So I just kicked off the service, and I'm going to show you guys the config for what I have for this thing. So what it did, you can see that the service started, and then basically, this is a little bit hard. There we go. Service starts it. I have my config basically say I want 2 instances always running. This is my VM. I think I can only have a couple without this thing exploding. And then, so I created 2, and I said I want an availability zone Nova, and you'll be able to do comma delimited availability zones along with flavors. So if you wanted, this is just doing smalls, but if I wanted smalls, large, extra large, whatever, it'll have 2 in each availability zone for every flavor size.
What's clock? Is it all the inputs plus a specific guesstimate?
What's that? Repeat?
Just Nova, I think, isn't it?
No, it's got to be running.
No. Yeah, you're right.
This, it's
You have 7 different
For each flavor.
Specify each image with each flavor.
Oh, wow.
So I also look.
So it's a hot ocean, not a pool.
Well, it depends what you do. When you do Trove creates, looking for, it's matching, assuming the same image and flavor match too.
Right.
If it doesn't always find one.
Right.
I think the way to think about it is this is, the way this works is it applies to doing hot pool and use it and put that field out.
Sure. No, I get that.
You optimize this for
Figure out what most of their users use and have those available.
or yes, small instances, why do we have?
Let them wait. Yeah. Yep.
This is what I currently have for, I mean, the config. This is still kind of a living, I'm not completely finished with this, but Yeah, well, right now I just specified availability zone Nova. I put the what network I wanted to attach to default, but private, small, my image name, and how many instances I want running. Again, the flavor, right now at the image we're just doing one, but the flavor can be comment limited and availability. You can have multiple availability zones as well. And there's no reason it couldn't do networks if you wanted multiple networks to get attached.
And the same with the image name, I guess, if you wanted multiple images.
Right now we're just doing them into I'm doing one, but yes, I can do it for multiple images. Like you said, then it just explodes.
Yeah.
Because we currently have one main image we use in Helion for database. But if we had multiple, when we do with, we have Vertica and other data stores, we'll want others. So, okay, so now let's see if this will work to actually use one of these. So I just have this little create Trove instance script that I made, and it's going to just create a Trove instance called test with the same image flavor and size and everything in image.
Oh, this explains why you're looking for
It does.
That is exactly why.
Yes, good question, good point. I was like, this is the first time I wanted to actually write something with it. I was like, I can't do this at all. I found a bug and then I fixed that too. So now this is creating, so we should see if it worked. All right, so you see, I just append the name to it. So now this hot pool test, just use this hot pool, and you can see my basically job started another one up to keep 2 instances always running. That's why I immediately started building the other one.
So if somebody deletes this Trove instance, it'll decommission it, or does it actually delete the Nova instance too and then just spawn up a new one?
Deletes the Nova instance too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Shane's fix, when it ever gets merged about the Cinder volumes, right now when I delete it though, it'll leave a Cinder available because I had to attach after. I'm not monkey patching the Cinder delete or our Trove delete to actually make sure if the Cinder is available, delete it. That's what Shane was covering with his thing. So that will leave basically. So right now, that's when we do the Trove create, I'm attaching whatever networks you gave it. So in this case, it's both the Trove create gave it when I do -- net ID, a public network. Because I'm using Neutron right now.
When the hot pool create, you created 38 and 39. When you did the create Trove instance, it got an address 40.
Mm-hmm.
They are.
Those are both on the private network. That is right.
So the reason is because the default is to always go to maintain on the private network. So
right.
you created the hot pool. It does that.
That was why.
So explicitly when you
attaches another one.
Yes.
Also attaches whatever you explicitly set.
Right.
In which case the default for Trove is also private, so it's happening.
I was thinking about adding logic. If you've already attached to this network, don't attach this again. But normally you'll probably do a public IP, like I said, with the net ID or what networks you want. Basically showing that I can attach the networks after the fact, which is kind of a pain to figure out.
Well, it just worked the way it does now.
Yeah,
the guest agent does that. So
the guest will come up and do the
score.
I mean that happens only after that will happen.
Yeah.
Right.
So based upon what means it's active, first of all, if there's any, it's just the Nova status. So I was trying to be clever and actually I had it in my job service, like the Nova console log, and I was looking for the cloud init success, but I was like, I don't know if I should worry about that. We don't even do that in Trove.
And it's not anything, I mean, in Trove too, we don't really.
Yeah, and Trove doesn't look for anything special, so like maybe I shouldn't even worry about that right now. Like we're not waiting for Nova to boot up correctly in Trove currently with any special.
So your patch comes back at the same time whenever it says that the Nova thing is active.
Let me show you guys the thing I was talking about with. Let's see if I can get this more clear here. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me zoom in a little more. All right, so looking at the Nova instance, this is where I actually write out. This is what I'm talking about the metadata. So when I do a Trove create, basically we get all this information, basically injected in. Do file injection normally for the guest info file, but I put in metadata. So it's kind of nice that you actually get to see when you do Nova show that, here's the tenant ID and the guest ID and the type of data store for Trove. So it's actually kind of a nice merge between Nova and Trove there. Because right now, the only way to figure that out is the SSH in the machine and cat the guest info file, essentially. Or with the new logs thing, I don't know if you guys are adding the ability to look at the guest info. But so now you guys can kind of see this tie-in through the guest info or through the metadata. And then I have like I said, I have another job that just sits and runs because the actual guest agents may be on a different network and I can't just like SCP this information over. That's why I chose to do this metadata as well. So I added to the image element for Ubuntu MySQL to have this little Python process running looking for these particular key value pairs. Once it finds it, writes that file and then kills itself.
So that's what the guest
No, it's a different process, you said.
Yeah,
it's not the guest agent. It's a separate.
It's not
process.
on the. I'm not messing with the. It's a different process. Yeah. It's actually appending to the OS refresh config process. I'm adding to the, the OS. There's OS apply config and refresh config. If I could SSH in the box, I can. But essentially, then I'm just appending onto the already the OS apply config and refresh config process that already runs.
I just maybe kind of a off whatever tangent question. You said you wrote your own client. Was there a reason? Like, why didn't you just use the Trove CLI?
Because I wanted to have timing and stuff.
Okay, that's just for your
like. I mean, sometimes it's faster. It depends on my VM. Like you notice, this one took 65 seconds, and what I had the other time in there was it about 40 seconds for the. This is all messed up here. This is a previous one that ran. Yeah, well, basically show like I can run a hot pull. This was 38 seconds, so it was faster than the 66 seconds. It was just for a printout for me to have to show the time. I was just doing a poll. Like I said, the Helion one, the timing is not that interesting in my DevStack VM, but like I said, our Helion can take up to 250 seconds. So you save, if you're spinning out hundreds or you want to test quickly, you can use this thing and attach to it and do everything.
So another area where this sort of pacification doesn't make sense is, so say you have a cluster, one node is down, you want to bring back another node to replace that, and something like Galera that does SST or something like that, if you have a node lying around that's already pretty much set to go from the hot pool, you can do something like this and get it in there so that you're not risking yourself to more downtime.
All right, I found it. So here, so it's the OS apply config service. I have this running. So you can see that it's searching for SCS info, can't find it, and eventually it found the metadata because your guest agent can actually hit that metadata. There's some static IP / metadata.json that I'm looking for. That's actual metadata on the Nova instance itself, so that you can see its own metadata. It finds it and then writes up the guest info and starts the Trove guest service there. So then the Trove guest can start successfully. This is SSH into the hot pool is what we're looking at here.
It looks like it's looking for it again. So this service doesn't stop itself.
The OS apply config, my service should have started and stopped there.
Looks like it went back into its loop waiting for some more minutes. Not to say, I'm sure it doesn't take up too many resources.
Well, I think the OS apply config may start every 30 seconds.
So the OS apply config is one of the tools that basically gets used to pull down those and keep metadata and actually make changes on the box. So we're just using the same tool that's running in Trove. Apply config runs every so often.
Oh, okay, so it's already.
Yeah, so whenever it runs, it'll search it. I did not put found, but it would have found it and stopped. I may have to fix the log. I did. Oh no, I added my own service in onto it.
So
I'm a
the correct service to modify or use the ones collecting because that is the one responsible for reaching out to metadata and voice apply config is just modifying the templates. So
I mean, I don't need it. It doesn't matter what service this runs under. I could run it on its own as well.
Like saying there's two separate services. I could do follow the pattern of the people. OS collect config is the one that fetches the metadata. The apply config runs to transform whatever metadata is fetched into the config file.
It's actually under OS refresh config is where my service is. The OS apply config just has the upstart script, but it's logs it under that. Is what you're seeing here. It's in OS refresh config.
We can take this one.
Yeah. That's so when the upstart scripts live in the apply config or whatever. That's why you're seeing it in the upstart conf file or log file. This is just if we have to change the service. Basically, I have a service running that writes the guest info file. Yeah, there may be some logging issues, or maybe I want to kill it better. But yeah. That's essentially the gist. And I made another Trove, since you can see that I call it test 2. Also want to show Trove list there. So Trove won't know it's a hot pool or not. It'll just be called test and test 2. But test 2 in this case is not using the hot pool. And I'm going to show you on Nova there. That's also true. And if you Cinder list, you'll see everything's attached. And everything looks exactly the same as if you just created Trove. Yes, since we run into the admin tenant.
So we talked a bit about it. And I think it's going to follow up with the other question on it. And we said we'll talk about it.
Any other questions? Yes. Unless we want to add another table and key values of like what IDs are currently hot pools. But yes, just the name right now, just so we can. Basically, it was the easiest way I could possibly keep it, so it's stateless. So I can kill the service and rerun it at any time. It'll know, it'll look for those.
And you just better hope that.
So if we wanted to do that, or we wanted to keep some state of what instances are hot pools, if we had it upstream. It depends how you wanted to do that.
But you also said this is in the admin tenant anyway, so the user can't create these things.
Like once you rename it, you reuse it hot pool underscore whatever you name your USs. It's never.
No, I think Ambrose was saying if the user starts up a Nova instance that called the hot pool.
Yeah, this is
right.
In the admin.
But it's in a different tenant. So.
Yeah, if the admin tenant makes a Nova instance called hot pool with the same Ubuntu MySQL flavor image, then it would in my case use it.
Yeah, it would hijack.
Right, that's exactly. If you could, like he can make a hot pool Trove instance, and it'll just be hot pool.
Right.
Yeah, that was the thing we were just looking at right here.
So you look for the name and this metadata.
You mean when we're searching for them? Well, it'll be a different name. I'd rename it. So those are not even in the list anymore. We could put the metadata check. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I need to know whether knowledge will help you improve how whether that's available.
I see what you're saying.
There's no what?
That's a good, interesting edge case.
If the Trove instance is created, then does your hospital service have to worry about whether
The edge case Vibble, if I just made it hot, if I started the whole thing, named it hot pool, and it creates it under admin tenant, and then I started my service that makes hot pools, there's maybe a potential chance, unless what Shane's saying, maybe I should add a check for the metadata is empty, that's fine or whatever, or the metadata is not there, or the specific keys are not there, guest info and tenant ID, then that would get around that. In that case. That's a good idea for that edge case.
When we were discussing this, like we should also change Trove to make it not use spell injection anymore.
That's what exactly. It was. I like the nice approach. You get to see that when you do a Nova show, you see that information, and it's a little less complicated than the file injection we have currently with Etsy guest info stuff.
So any notion of decommissioning? Made it active, put it back in the hot pool?
No, I just
deleted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's lives once, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a security standpoint, I don't know.
We guarantee,
Yeah.
we guarantee we strip all of your data and give that to your competitor.
I think it's a promise. The promise.
That code
So-
was reviewed.
So
What's metadata actually is? That's the Trove metadata. Because you're saying check the metadata.
So at
When you
Trove
create the pool, there's no metadata.
No, it's just Nova stuff. When I do a Trove create,
Yeah.
that metadata comes down in as part of the parameters of Trove create.
Right, so that's what I was saying, like, Bipple was asking, how do you tell which one is a valid pool? There's no metadata at that point, you can't check it.
Right, because so
Unless you add metadata, you write it to metadata.
So the
say,
ones
I'm a pool
without-
instance.
ones called hot pool without metadata don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to think about the edge case of creating a hot pool before the hot
In
pool.
that case, when you create the instance, you just add a metadata thing that says created by hospital service.
Yeah. Then you don't even, you don't even care what the name is.
So what's your plans for this?
Production.
Yeah.
You just got to do the code review.
Basically.
We need another book too.
Clarification.
So I think the Nova issue we talked about earlier about creating instances across tenants in Nova, makes this hard for us to look at. We have someone on our team that will allow you, and I think this feature is useful across the board, in Nova to say migrate this instance to a different tenant. So if we can get that in, then we can start looking at the outside of the tenant.
So I mean, you can still put this upstream. The problem is you'd have a hot pool per tenant that doesn't make sense. Right?
If I have somebody who wants to spin up and spin out instances and I'm willing to pay that to running all the time, hot pools are a Trove create accelerator.
So if I understand it, I'm trying to understand the pieces here. So you have, there's another service.
Well, so we could choose to put that upstream, or the customer can choose how they want to spin up their hot pools also.
But right now, you've got another
Right now,
service
it's
running.
decoupled, right? So
Yeah, right now I have another
you
service.
just have to have these instances running somehow. So this other service, all it does is basically make sure you have some number of instances
Yeah.
running.
You could spin up, use the API and spin up 10 instances
Yourself.
yourself.
So, okay, now I understand. So there's no communication with the hot pool manager.
No.
So it's not actually requesting an instance from hot pool, it's just using Nova to find one.
Yes.
Yes.
They're taking it away, and therefore the hot pool manager says, oh, I only have one, I should have two.
And I'm guessing,
Yeah.
based on your config, the hot pool.
The race condition or like somebody fails. Well, I'm assuming in fact like 5 people control create at the same time. And the way that we have, they all has Nova, both 3 Nova
Yeah, I mean,
That's fine.
a question. You're right. I mean,
I'm
if
just
5
trying
people
to-
hit Trove Create at the same time, it comes back with the same ID.
Yeah, so what happens is it does a list and it says, hey, it does literally doesn't make a list. It says, hey, is there one called hot pools that hasn't been taken already?
Yeah, I look for the
And
oldest
yes,
too.
immediately reduce and complete. If there's a race condition in there.
Yeah.
Or
Or some fail.
Yeah, if they all hit.
They fail to be nameless.
Yes. And then what we do is.
Right. It's
we
true.
get a failure, we just roll back.
And it builds a Nova instance from scratch.
Yes, then it was the normal.
So the guy who loses a race takes way longer.
And I think it only adds yeah, it takes way longer to get that instance.
Yeah.
It would normally would have been.
And then so the front end piece of this currently, you have embedded in this wave, this, whatever you call it, the Python programming or running to show it's dead.
That was literally all that is Trove Create.
Okay, so
There's nothing there.
So somewhere else you monkey patch this.
We have this in Archelion. We have this extension Trove code, right? Yes, where that's where all.
But that would be in the actual task manager.
The entry point is remote.py in the upstream code, right? So when you make the call to Python Nova client, say create instance, this other piece of code says, hey, Nova's asked, I'm being asked for a Nova instance. Let me check my hot code first before I create it.
No, there's no volumes in the pool, right?
There's no volumes in the pool. Trove creates the volume.
Yeah.
So we
I
manually
just
create
attached
the
to it.
instance and attach it.
Because Trove gives me the sender volume ID and information through the params, and it's attached to that.
Right.
Because you have to do that anyway in Nova Create. Trove, everything's in the task manager.
Yeah.
No, all that was the same except for the part that does Nova boot. That's it. No, it's actually servers.nova.create or whatever. Nova.servers.create.
Oh, right. So you
One
didn't have
call
to,
and
you
a
didn't have to
task
change
manager.
since you monkey patched that.
That's
You
all I
didn't have to
changed.
touch the
I
method
just
at
have
all.
to change that around that piece. If we wanted this upstream the same, let's say. I mean, maybe we want to make some strategy pattern or whatever pattern we want to use for different types, but it would just be on that nova.servers.create call.
That would be a call out that has the logic in it. Right.
We would have a function in Trove that would just be my class or hot pools
Yeah.
stuff.
And based on whatever strategy you choose.
I have
So
a,
that would
I have a
just
hot
call-
pools manager and just use my create if that doesn't work.
Yeah, that would just call Nova Direct or whatever strategy was listed.
Exactly.
The two things, you had indicated you're doing some analysis of the timing.
So like on that stack was like 30, depending on, again, my VM, I do one at a time. Sometimes it takes like 35 seconds to make one of the hot pools, like 70 seconds without one. So that means like,
Yeah, like
there's
40%.
a Trove process that is, I don't know why it's taking 30 seconds though. Like there's,
No, I know what. I put scroll through it. It's bouncing the database into it 75 times.
The preferred model?
Yeah, it's something too, let's say, but still. So basically, this is one of the other things like, now, if this had been done differently, your job in modules would have been significantly harder. But the database, when the guest image comes up in general, depending on how you create it in general, the database is running in a default state, meaning it has no volume. It's not using volume, and it's got all its default config, and it's sitting there running. The first thing Trove does is shoot it, create the data directory on the volume, assuming we did that, and then screw around, bring it back up. Actually, I think there's another movie or something too about the last one of these, but that's what's taking 30 seconds. And
Like, root user on the stuff
Yes.
too, where it deletes
That's
the.
that's oh, that's the other reboot.
That's
It
probably.
changes the password on root and includes it.
Got it.
And does the other thing. I mean, obviously, you could look at all that code and say, wouldn't it make more sense if some of this stuff was already done? But that's not trivial either. It would be faster, but it may not be obvious how to do that.
There's also one called the initial implementation.
Oh, there's a format.
There's a format called that. So if you've heard of the Instagram, the type of thing, there's the end results of the database. There's the preparation of the volume. Those are single operations which are very operational. The third thing is a large number of very small operations where we need to simply copy a file. We just copy a file. And the way in which we copy a file is execute, copy, blah, 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 blah.
Spawns off the shell every
It
time.
spawns off the full shell. In some cases, it's copy with shell equals true. It spawns off the shell, invokes bash, and then stuff the damn thing down the other side. One of the things I want to talk about in the Oslo part is moving that third part. I can't do anything about removing the format, but the third move, which is 30% of the time, is all this numerous shell calls which are totally useless, which might speed up something, but still make it faster.
Oh, and then move on with it.
Oh,
But so it like goes off and creates like gigabytes of empty disk files.
It goes and initializes the files and indexes it.
And then, so it does that at the point in time Mongo was laid down on disk, which could be either in the image already or we sent it down and packaged it, which may or may not work out. We do it then. And Trove shoots it, moves that whole data structure onto a polygon and brings it back. So there's some
A lot of wasted effort.
So one of the things that would be interesting is if we can figure out some way in which some of this operation can be done on that thing you call it a node instance, while it's still in the so that you can peel off some of that time. So it's basically split the prepare call up into things which you can do no matter what. Like for example, there's a install a package of safety. Now, sometimes you do actually. If you could do that in the free part of the prepare, and everything that you need to do after mounting the log later, we could talk about splitting prepares.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
But that's kind of out of scope of the hot tools. That's just general performance improvements. That'll obviously make your thing much faster.
Right. Cool. Hope you guys enjoyed that. At least it worked. That's good.
Exactly. It's a brave man. I like him.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 1 and try to come back here at 1:50.
So you're gonna put that in upstream now?
Yeah.
We can okay from there.
Yeah, totally. That's good.
Okay, what time are we? So, I don't remember the story of where the computer history museum from 4 to living computer museum. Okay. And then we're 4 to 5, I believe. Okay. Again. Museum. Where is it?
I still feel it's kind of special for us today, but not even
So why don't I, when one thing the living history not already there somewhere.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm not gonna hang out with these guys for more than an hour and a half, so I'll be done at 5 no matter what. But I'll be near the space needle, so I'll have to get over there.
We'll probably be.
How far is the space needle from this pyramid room? By 15 minutes by car, so it's a significant,
Yeah.
not a walk.
So. Not yet.
People was here all day waiting for that.
tomorrow at, you will get a ski.
don't know that the sizes, so I'm not sure what's the most efficient way to do this is.
And the only thing is trying to design big picture.
How did they show? No, it's not.
Oh, the map.
I was gonna say, looks like a black T-shirt to me.
For anyone?
You have an extra large there? You have an extra large? What is that? Two extra. I lost yeah. It was a good option for you. Yeah, when you get one before it's able to see.
Yep.
You grab it with that, yeah.
Once you're fully in the dryer, strength will become.
I gave mine to
And he gave me the medium.
You're just asking for very t-shirts to get in.
It's only when you come to everything
So who was the one that made the comment about, can we please send a t-shirt that I can wear besides when we look at it?
Probably Steve.
He just passes the test.
Oh, kilo.
So I guess you didn't like this shirt.
Which one? Let me see.
This is the.
No, that's nice.
That was the officer.
That's nice.
Did everyone get a shirt? Sure.
That's the question I got. So the guy with
Should I hold up the T-shirt for our people who couldn't be here? There you go. Just like the lunch we just had.
There you go. That's so easy.
Oh, there is.
Hello?
Okay.
So the next item on our schedule for today is scheduled tasks. So some of you might remember scheduled tasks. We had talked about this a while ago, and I think Craig from Rackspace CP16 started going down basically some of the implementation, going down the path of fleshing out some of the implementation details. But this is something that the Tisura folks showed interest in and basically want to take over from where we are now with it. So
I see color in that.
Okay.
So so there was a spec. It looks like, and I've seen it a few times. It was generated in late 2013. Then somebody actually went and there was two patch sets. Well, there was a patch set. There was abandoned that appeared to implement a lot of the data structures in API. But I don't believe that implementation included any actual scheduling tasks. And then it got discussed in Austin, and then in Atlanta. By Atlanta, there was a whole discussion about, well, I think the discussion was, okay, so what do we want to use to schedule tasks? And there's all these different ideas. I remember there was two guys in the audience who were from some others, that there's a scheduling project, there's no OpenStack project.
Climate was it? Or?
Yeah.
Ms. Strong?
Please use us. Please use us.
There's a comment on the blueprint that says, can you look at like climate for backend possibility or something?
And then, no conclusion was reached. I talked with Craig briefly a month ago, and he said he's like still somewhat interested in it, but he can't drive it, so go for it and try to participate. So, I mean, ultimately, our interest in it is really around the line. We're trying to build a product that's enterprise grade. Obviously, we know that at the very least, backups and schedule is important. Plus, I think features are more than backups.
So, a couple of questions. So, I think that's a good strategy. I think that's a good idea that we should make sure that this is moving, because I think it's important to Trove projects in general, especially for things like automating backups and doing those on a schedule. Also, the question I have though is the wiki page that's out there with the spec and the blueprint, is that still sort of what you guys are looking at, something completely different? We'll probably need to translate that into the Trove API side.
You're going to do that.
Okay.
And then decide, well, before we go do anything, like since we're coming here, let's bring it up and kick it around a little bit. So I guess you could hold this back up as it's written.
So this is all in our old wiki style of specs, so we'll need to translate it. But apart from that, I think it's interesting to know the content of the spec more than the format.
And you might have one experience. I think this actually did start out with just a scheduled backups, more than one, so you can tell by the title. What is this automated scheduled backup? But it's ultimately. Well, the other one that's kind of mostly mentioned is there's a concept of a maintenance.
And a restart, basically. So like scheduling a restart.
So these are like, for example, other things like Amazon. It's a good place to so they have this concept. So when you start up with an RDS instance, for example, you can say, I'd like you only to touch it between these times, and I'd like that to run between these times. So
I don't know if that's really good. You're just scheduling anything. I think you're just if you're giving their
yeah, it's not like every day at that time. It's just they want to. So those are the things. I think so. A lot of this spec focused on the data structure. So ultimately, the way the design set up is to be two tables added to the data store. Or if you look, you can see it.
I think it's towards the end.
Oh, okay.
The scheduled task schema is that.
Oh, that's funny. This changed. looks like in the code, there's a schedule and a scheduled tasks. Isn't it, or knowing what?
There's a types and a schedule.
Oh, okay,
tasks.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a scheduled task types and a scheduled task. I'm not at this moment ready this design.
What was the job service used in the framework? Is it?
That's, yes,
Okay, I don't know if I missed that or something, I was just wondering.
So you call it job search, yes. So there was discussions around don't make one stupid, there's 100 of these for one. Right?
Yeah, I don't know if you've picked one or
something. No, I would never. I think that would be a material part of the spec. Because, I mean, obviously at some level the spec is that functional, which means this feature, but I think in this case, specifying how that part is going to be implemented is pretty material because it has an impact on,
Does it OpenStack have a job service?
Yeah, the challenge I think in any, like people can probably relate to this. I remember the comment was so. This is back a year ago. This whole thing. So these guys, we have this OpenStack project that's we're doing scheduling. We should use it. It's like, yeah, but the project isn't integrated yet. And we're stuck with your code that really it's get lost. It's just too make problem. I think that is changing. That whole big tent thing.
Well, that still doesn't get us out of the game of trying to figure out what suits our needs best from the perspective of not just current needs, but long term, whether the project's going to be maintained and before we take a dependency on it. I remember when we last talked about this, we talked about, I think, climate came up and Mistral came up, and then the Rackspace folks wanted to go do something based on like cron thing that they wrote, essentially, even without doing that. And I looked into this a bit. There's some Python libraries that are fairly, I think AP Scheduler was one of them that are fairly good to use. I don't know if TaskFlow is something to actually schedule things that. Okay, it's more of a like job sort of thing from what I looked at last, so I don't think that would be a good fit there. But so, Mistral, you said? You're taking notes on this time? Okay.
Did you, did you guys define the API of like what the
so we didn't write the
schedule will look like? Because that part is complicated. I'm trying to do something similar with time.
So yes, there is.
I see the time window.
Yeah. And again, we did this spec. It doesn't touch the like your creative code, but
what is your expectation?
Well, I didn't rewrite the spec, so I basically wanted to get some feedback from the group around the job search piece and also whether what the interest level was.
And what would be your this makes sense for scheduling so this to be part of the control, or is that something that is external control for the building blocks that can be scheduled? Make actions like you have other service
So again, just looking at the spec that we have, there's two separate pieces. There's that scheduling piece, and then there's the maintenance window piece. And they're really sort of, do we want to tackle them at one time? They seem orthogonal. They seem that, like they seem related, but at the same time, I don't know if some of these services like Mistral have the concept of a maintenance window or not. So there might be something that we need to look into there to see if we can how do we populate info about that? Right?
Well, possibly different things, but it's just something that it's just data, right? There's nothing extra.
Right. So maybe is that something that's then part of Trove itself, or does it live with this other scheduling piece if the scheduling piece lives outside of Trove? Is the question.
I wrote a service once, Microsoft, but like we had this almost exact problem where one that we'll talk about, we put this scheduling in our service, we make it a job service. We ended up making a job service that just wrapped Azure job scheduling. We made the API look the same. That way we can change it out if we use Azure. Basically, all it did was do what requests, right? Like you could define the contract, what you want to post to whatever, and then that's all it did. You just schedule those for any service. Like if we had this in OpenStack, we could basically have our Trove calls just call into that, nothing else, right? And basically just the API wrapping around the job scheduler, nothing else. And it goes back. The job scheduler does web requests to our Trove API.
What about authentication?
So 1 second, so say the job scheduler is invisible without diving into it, just let's say that. I'm assuming that runs like any other OpenStack service. Yeah. So presumably that takes care of the authentication. Yeah. So then that would mean that anybody, I guess it's a notice switch. It means Trove now has a dependency on service, like user dependency on, well, the one that sticks out the most is Swift because not everybody seems to want to install it. Like obviously anybody running OpenStack is going to have to know about it.
In order to use the capability, you need to have that.
Oh, sorry, that's it. It's the same as backup. It's a replication. Oh, you're saying it's completely out, so Trove knows nothing about it.
Trove just provides a job which is scheduled. You can decide to schedule it with cron, you can decide to schedule it by having a mechanical transport or that.
So there would be, so Trove would change in order to well the things that can be hit by the scheduler.
You could already do that through the CLI and cron, right? You set the cron job that kicks off the CLI, whatever you want.
Well, at the moment, that's how we. Yeah.
Let's say the user or whatever picks on a job, makes a database, and isolated and one attack, and does a formatting statement. That statement is actually
like how do you introduce the concept of like backup integration?
Yeah.
Rather than under Horizon show up under scheduled operation.
But I mean, at the same time, you could operation you have to do take it out. So like this is the maintenance window for your application. Your application involves more than just the big jobs. You mean that you gotta go do some other and you may want to
So maybe the outcome may be we should go investigate something on this call, see what the gaps are in terms of what we really want this to become.
Since this is scheduled, it should not include the migrator. There's a backup capability.
So yes, Peter's question.
I mean, currently we're going to whatever account the instance is going in, whatever tenant the instance is being provisioned in, whichever token is being used to create it. But I mean, you could do something with Trust with V3, which we don't support today, where
Because this was scheduled backup in admins account. In today's scenario, where instances go in tenants, separate turns it on, having an admin backup for the admin
And restore from it if needed.
Because this is being kicked off remotely, right? So at that point of time, the user is not actually authenticated against Mistral or whatnot. So how does that work?
So I think whoever is kicking off the backup, that might use admin login, the Trove shows on how to use user space, user second, so that they can use it. Otherwise, this is not going to be really useful.
Mentioned that the other wrinkle is you have to talk to HA. So if you have a machine running the scheduler, it goes down, still it's not the same thing.
Well, it'd be an OpenStack service if it's Mistral, right? So there's you assume multiple things.
So yeah, I mean, if you know, if that's it's just implemented and it's supported HA, that's great. But one way or another, like if somebody schedules backups, and you can't have the backups not work because one machine went down because you know there's already constant HA for back services. So you know, a new service like that, you're going to have to think of HA.
At the spec?
No,
well, in general, Mistral.
Don't spec it well. Harvest any actual requirements from spec and then go investigate. It's more about seeing if there's a solution, how close we can get out of the box.
I'm interested in seeing it.
Mistral says it can run just less calls.
Does it say anything about the actual token?
Yeah, it's
that
got it.
it runs under?
That's going to be client from I didn't know.
Okay. Seems like there's some. You were talking about this spec?
Yeah, we did discuss it. So it's one of the original rate.
Things that are not under the VM. Other things that we
On the schedule.
It's not available. The example is release level 31.
Well, so for each of the separate instances themselves, there's like the periodic tasks that run on the guest that sort of do something similar. I mean, where it's every so often go through and heartbeat, right? For example. So I mean that's a poor man's scheduler there, but I don't know of anything else that specifically fits. Hey, run this on a user-based schedule or once a week, but it's only an internal Trove job. Like I think specifically we're bringing this up for the backups use case, or or the maintenance window use case where you don't want to do a restart or you don't want to do a service to the instance during a particular time period. I think those are the. And I don't know if Doug is proposing that we look at one of them before the other, or I think there's. Okay.
Yeah.
We just talked about clusters. From a clustering perspective, is there anything that would be needed with respect to scheduling? Not that I can think of. I'm just talking out loud at this point. Trying to see if there's any.
Maybe they head up in the morning, and let them go back to the notes, and I think that would become more,
Right. I don't think it's more of a scheduled task at that point. It's just something that's happening regularly from a monitoring point of view. I guess more falling under the heartbeat sort of thing rather than the backups where you're saying take one every 3 days or 5 days or every second Sunday of the month or whatever. It's more of an ongoing thing in that case.
Yeah, I think that's okay. That's a good thing. That's cool. Try to come up with a requirements document that's maybe mapped out against some of the choices, and then we can present that and see what makes sense.
Okay, I wanted to spend some time. So officially, I think, unless there's anything more to touch upon scheduled tasks, I'll move to the Trove hacking session. I wanted to go back to the specific items that we had on our icebreaker, the clusters that we formed on the board with our sticky notes, and see if there's pick one that we haven't really talked about yet, and figure out some concrete action steps that actionable tasks that we can do going forward to improve it. So I think yesterday the discussion on the code review process was very good, and already started looking at some of our actionable steps and seeing how we can implement them going forward. So maybe we can, let's see what some of the others are. We had enterprise readiness, which formed a fairly large group, so it would make sense talking about it with the group. So the pieces on enterprise readiness, the sticky notes that we were talking about were performance documentation, features, example, auto failover. There's specific pieces. I'm not sure who wrote or who touched on each of these specific topics, but did you want to sort of kick off the discussion then, talk about what some of the concerns are? And
yeah. So the performance one of them we talked about was how long it takes to even spin up the system. And some of the reasons it's taking so long to spin up the system. From the reliability perspective, I think about two things. One, if I were to just run the same set of operations twice, what's the chance that I actually get the same result? So far, when I looked at that, it's been relatively 60% of the time, I can probably get it more repeatably, which is a little bit system tends to be still a little bit fragile. From the perspective of just having a reliable system, even for testing, we see the number of times that there are inexcusable failures. How do we try and get it from there to something where you can give it to a customer and say, yeah, this is something which is ready to work. So right now, when somebody asks us to stroke rate for production, the only thing we can do, of course, is point to HP and say, you run into the code. But the reality is, if we were to run it through a CI infrastructure, it's not a program. And how do we take it from where it is now to now it's those were kind of the two things. There's, of course, all of the other features which make something that works for you, but I wasn't covering them. I was just saying the existing software as it is fragile and in some cases just inexplicably slow.
so when we say the existing software as it is, are we talking about specific operations that are not repeatable, that are prone to failure? Are there specific pieces of the code base that we need to dive into to take a look at and address and clean up?
Well,
I'm trying to figure out.
One is the different stations that have these race conditions around time. That, and one of the things that's kind of funny to determine, they very rarely ever show up in tests because this is kind of the classic problem, right? Unit tests eject the guest, right? The time it takes to eject the guest actually throws off, changes the entire timing of the guest coming up, right? Or instance coming up. Whereas if you're in a production environment, you never do that. The guest would be sailing on the thing. It changes the timing, and those timings, which is what a production customer can do. There's random failures based on the fact that there's some. Now, some of these may be based on something that's built. I don't know, right? This is something that.
Yeah, well, that's one of the places where I'm facing this mistake, is because while I'm trying to raise the documentation for how to write code with the guest name, one of the things which is, there's a section which says, how do you get the guest name and code on there? You put it on there by default, or you do what DevStack is doing, which is you have the upstart job, or the, in the case of Fedora, it's the system too. The first time the service is started, it goes to look and see if it's there. If it's not, it goes and reaches out to repair it. Everything that I can see that we're doing in terms of testing has that built-in delay of copying stuff over the wire. Well, I built a guest image which has a guest agent. Sure enough, I started up. It runs through everything. The database is marked up, and it's very simple database. So there's that level of fragility where literally there are strategically placed sleeps in the code, which make it work, which make it very, very uncomfortable. The other is on my own machine here, if I spark up a VM with a core, I can't run in-test reliably because our in-test run in parallel to a level where there's dependencies between different workers running tests in the same code. So if I cut that back to 2 cores, everything runs smoothly. So I know there's race conditions below in the code. How do we try and improve that situation? Because if we're able to find instability in tests, it makes those really less consistent production.
So what do you think is sort of some of the first steps that we can take to address some of those timing issues or those instability issues. I think, do we need to basically have tests that test different scenarios to make sure timing conditions that like these don't creep in as part of the test? Yeah. Is this more a discipline thing across developers that?
There's some part of it which is a discipline thing, and candidly, I'm still getting to understand how this whole testing infrastructure works. So I'm trying to do some tests, find a problem, and fix the problem. One of them, for example, is the way in which we do monkey-patching that's right now. Now, if you're monkey-patching, as best as I can understand, talking about testimonial control, monkey-patching, if you're going to be doing a unit test of some function, and the thing which you're monkey-patching is some method which that unit test is going to call, but at that point in time, only that unit test is going to call like monkey patching execute is getting us into all kinds of trouble. Because when you have multiple threads running, if you monkey patch execute, you're monkey patching everybody in that process. Therefore, you're getting inexplicable failures where you're saying, oh, assert call count is 1. I'm not absolutely sure in my code I'm only calling it 1, but it's failing because call count is 2. Well, there's some other test running.
That's just a bad unit test.
Well, that's just a bad unit test, but there's a lot of them.
So, I mean, yeah. Our integration tests can't run in parallel right now because they depend on each other.
Yeah.
Which is one of the tests I had. So I don't know how you run it in parallel. Are you talking about the unit test, or you running in parallel?
In tests can run multiple in parallel. Sure. If you look at in tests which are run by Gate right now, several times you will see failures from several different workloads which are all up and running at the same time.
So I think, well, both of those statements are true. You can't run the in test as real mode tests in parallel, but if you write it in fake mode, yeah, if you run it in fake mode, you can run it in parallel.
Yes. So yeah, I was with the real ones, which is also a problem. We should be able to run the real ones in parallel because they shouldn't have to do with.
There's a lot of dependencies.
That is, to me, is the largest problem. That there's tests that have this depends on this test running. Like I've never.
Well, unit tests shouldn't depend on each other, but
no,
sometimes
everything should be independent.
No, integration tests. How do you test deleting a backup if you don't create one first?
Create one first in the integration test.
Well, then you're going to test like.
If you run them parallel, it doesn't matter. You run them 100 machines, 8 machines.
Let us do that.
Or like your integration test should be self-contained. Same with your unit test. It should be idempotent. I should run it and it cleans itself up.
Yeah, you create a backup, you do this or whatever, restore one from the backup, delete the backup, and that's one. A scenario test.
Exactly. It's in the test. That's part of the setup code, right? And each test runs the setup code each time. It cleans itself up on everything.
But I mean, isn't that just a matter of nomenclature then? You consider everything that depends on the previous thing just one big test. Like instead of considering your
scenario.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But you have tests that do that, assert something else that worked, and then run something else. So you're actually running multiple tests together, I guess. Right, like we have this test depends on this thing was created with this ID.
So you're saying there's something else is running in the middle which shouldn't be happening if it was one big scenario.
I think we optimized the way in which we gave some consideration to minimizing the total number of computers when taking on the test. The way you're proposing every test has to be unique and the setup has to be run by each test independently. There's a test which is verifying backups work. There's a test which verifies you can delete a backup. There's a test verifying that the backup is consistent or correct. If all three of those have to take a backup and then do their verification and delete it, then you're doing that setup 3 times in order to So in order to simplify that, we kind of said, okay, so let's sequence these things such that we can reuse that backup. Okay, spin up an instance. Okay, now there's an instance running. We don't have to spin up that one. Load some data. Take a backup. Okay, now you got the backup. Let's verify the backup. Okay, the backup is good. Now let's delete the backup. Oh, the backup deleted. Good. Okay, so all of them are done. So there's part of that dependency, but I wasn't even going there.
You were
I was going with the thing of saying, I want a system which is stable. I want to be able to do a set of operations over and over and over again and saying works consistently. The first one which I stepped my foot on was creating images, and I couldn't do red stack, kickstart, red stack, ink test consistently and get it to work.
Right, yeah, I know the integration tests themselves are not, the whole thing is not item code, because sometimes one bug we found actually deleted a configuration group that was needed for a test, so the next time it ran, it doesn't work. There's multiple examples of that.
Oh, no, I'm talking from brand new clean slate, where I say, this is a brand new 1404 VM.
Yep.
And I'm going to do, actually not a brand new VM, it's a VM on which red stack to install it. And all I'm going to do is red stack build image and red stack ink test. Or red stack extract, red stack ink test. And I could not get that to run consistently. So I started looking at the integration test. And I ran into this issue with monthly patching. Okay. The reason I ran into this problem is because the configuration on my machine was actually necessitated. Okay, I cut the number of threads down, I disabled virtualization, acceleration, to make things slow as dog shit, then everything works consistently. But that's really not the way in which I want to do stuff. So I take that and I go one step further and I say, if I run a faster machine or I decide I'm going to preload the guest agent code and I can't do a Trove create successfully, that's not good. I have 16 gig of memory on my machine. I want to create a Cassandra instance today with the code on Trove. Modulo 1 bug, which is an artifact of the way in which I have my machine set up, which is not the same as IntTest. I cannot just run a kickstart Cassandra and run a Trove create on Cassandra and expect the Cassandra instance to even come up. There's something else which has changed with Cassandra, which says it doesn't like the JVM version, the JVM we're using. And it prefers a different one, and that's the last message to mirror on, and it just stopped.
So we're hearing different things. One thing you mentioned of just red stack and ink test. The next thing you mentioned is instability of just a clean environment doing Trove create, right? Like those two different, just bullet pointing what you're saying here.
Yep.
It's some of it's just performance and then stability of the product itself.
Right. And at this point, a couple of weeks ago, I had to do a demo for somebody, and I'm not comfortable at this point. This is indicative of I'm not comfortable doing a live demo. These are live demos. We did this in Summit. We did this in Summit in Thailand. We did it in Paris, and we did one in OpenPath, Silicon Valley. Every single time we've done a demo, we've actually done a careful Camtasia video in advance, and we strategically use the pause button and say, no, the instance is being created. While it's being created, we can talk to you about what's going on. It's quite good for us to play.
But I've never there's a video, and I cut it out all the time. Right? The reason I did this also is that's what that's for. I said I was going to do a live demo, and this is really fucking crazy. Go buy yourself Camtasia for $300.
That's what I was saying. I was just touching my machine every 10 minutes to make sure that's going to sleep. Like, do not. But yeah, I
cut down the launch time on Trove instance to 3 seconds by slicing the video.
Better performance than your hot tools.
There you go. Camtasia. Let's integrate that.
You should integrate the Camtasia. It'll be much better.
Yeah, that's our motto.
So those are some of the things which I had in mind when I said performance. And then there's the guy from HP who does security.
Travis McPeak.
So he started down this path of we did a security audit of the security code. And we're using Shell equals to a bunch of places. Okay, I went down that rabbit hole for a little bit. We're spawning a sub-process, removing a shell, and then we're copying a single file. Well, I click on that voice copy. We can even do sudo without having to invoke a new sub-process. Those are all performance things. And each one of those is, introducing a different timing characteristic on the system, which makes it much harder to figure out what's going on. So try and simplify that is one of the things I want to talk about tomorrow. I also think that would address the shell equals true and spurious.
Right. how do we address just the overall stability of the whole pie? If you're saying you're scared to do a Trove graded, then.
So one of the things which I am suggesting is that we have a CI which is going to cover more data stores and not the most recent combination. I talked about it in the context of a third-party CI. It doesn't have to be a third-party CI to include stability. It needs to be a CI. The solution I'm proposing is not to overload the existing CI, but to have richer links in some other CI, which is going to test it with a guest image which potentially doesn't have already has a guest image rather than just copy and like depth stack. Things in a more production-ish kind of way. And it's just a matter of rigor and coding. Some of these things which are going through code reviews right now, we got to do that.
So what about I don't see a lot of refactoring going on. If you see a case where you see, oh, this test has a bunch of monkey patching overall, affects all the unit tests in one process. That's the case where you should just refactor it. But I don't see us a lot of doing that. So we need to strive to do that or recognize, find all these unit tests that do that.
So I didn't want to do that in the kilo time frame, but there was one test recently which I did add where I tried to work around that by saying, okay, I know I'm going to have to monkey patch execute. So the way in which I'm going to do that is to hand execute as a parameter to that function. Now, that as a paradigm for the way in which we actually write our code is totally alien. There's a whole bunch of pushback in the review. Where's this going to stop?
I actually remember that review. That was actually like this is the
reason why I'm doing it. And the questions were, okay, so where's this going to stop? Are you going to pass parameters to me in my function call for all the functions I'm supposed to call? Is that so? It's going to be a little bit more to refactor that. And I'm not comfortable trying to get that. There's a whole bunch of liability here.
And I think specifically for some of the unit tests that we've been talking about, where they were mocking execute, and I mean we hit those issues when we switched to running unit tests parallelly, and we fixed quite a few of them. Yes, when we
fixed seed, it was the ink test was running grooved on a single path, and these tiny windows were just happened to not be good. We're still seeing one where.
We're still seeing a couple of them, but they're hard to rerun. The bugs still exist, that we need to fix them, but.
Yeah, and there's a bigger question, which is the way in which we are using multi-patch, event-less multi-patching, and our test framework tester really don't go well together. So there's no way to say way early on, tester, I want you to multi-patch these things. And since you have a random seed, the order in which tests are going to kick off is known, not deterministic. If somebody goes and attempts to use something which you later want to multi-patch, you end up with a half-patch event, which led to the problem which we exposed when I think there was a MongoDB change ownership function which we changed, and then Git started failing sporadically.
I thought we had fixed that specific one though.
That was the one where event-less got half-patched.
Right.
So those were all stability of testing, really not production issues, but that's stability of testing. If I can't rely on my test, when my test fails, if I can say there is a problem, I'd be much happier. Right now, if the test fails, the first reaction is recheck. It failed 50 times the same as it was described in the
Right.
Except when it wasn't, when there was that gate issue with the HTTP. It didn't matter how many, it was a problem at the gate, but that's why everyone still did recheck. It was just 3 days of rechecks because everything just,
I mean, I guess do we want to be better about trying to do dependency injection then and look out for it in unit tests and then code reviews look out for that, or or just with the way you write the test, you can still use monkey patching as long as it's contained. You make an instance of some class or whatever, monkey patch that, and then it dies after the test is run. It's okay, it's self-contained.
Yeah, the two things which I've seen so far are monkey patching a shared routine and monkey patching something and not unmonkey patching it, which was the case in this Trove move. And the timing was just beautiful that on one worker thread somebody monkey patched it, on another worker thread somebody unmonkey patched it.
Shared monkey patching. saying that we should. That's
No, that was just
scary
that's just how it worked.
integration.
Yeah. So somebody needs to go through and kind of clean up some of these things.
I think the shared piece we've all gone through and cleaned up some of them, but there's still one or two that happened, and we're trying to figure out how it's happening. So
There's one that just happened now, which I'm trying to get to the bottom of, which is sleeping for no apparent reason or something like that, or that's coming out of our.
no, that is specifically eventlet being monkey patch.
But I
That's
don't understand why that's happening sporadically. From the looks of that back trace, it should happen 100%. I don't understand why it's happening so many times. So anyways, those were the two things I meant, but I said two comments.
On documentation, we continue to do that. One rub is that the documentation team has decided to completely change the way we do documentation needs to work this way. I mean, I don't, Laura will explain to you, basically, they historically used some process based around the XML, right? They're switching to RST. And there's kind of this ongoing migration. And so there's this, you know, like, so here, I think it's something like, so there's a, if you're introducing new doc, this is one of the challenges we have. She was going to go up and do a bunch more doc, and she's like, oh, they're basically telling me at this point I have to do it twice. And I'm not going to do that. So we're kind of
Twice or just two formats?
Yeah, but there's, right, like if she does it in a new format, there'll be an issue, right? So, but I think this is only for some period of time. So, I mean, I guess the other question on doc is what's the, I guess what are the people views on what the priorities are? Because I guess in this case, with respect to the enterprise. Readiness.
So I think this was mostly coming from a perspective of, hey, the docs that we have for the API, when we merge a feature for the API, don't seem to make it to the actual documentation or any sort of docs. So the only place where, like, I know anything about something getting merged is either from the client, which has its own challenges because sometimes things merge in the client without the actual backend being there. So, for example, just to give you an example, some of the cluster stuff merged, but like the actual API docs that are out there today don't say anything about clusters. So we just need to get more disciplined about making sure that either there's a doc work item for something so that gets and closes the loop on that.
I don't even know if I really know what it is.
So the last time we had this discussion, we said that we wouldn't block a patch on the fact that the docs weren't there, but we'd make sure that when a code review goes in for something new, that there was a work item open for the docs team to put in the docs, to put in the API docs for the new feature and mark that as doc impact. But it seems to me that we need to have some more discipline around that, making sure that even though we mark it and there is a work item, something is getting done about it.
I guess I'm not clear on what is the word.
Yeah, I don't know.
So like, just take us through this. So say, okay, so say we do the Steve does the cluster thing, and you change the let's see. So that's it. So then what has to happen for that?
So the current documentation right now in Trove is based off of, so it used to be in a separate repo. It got merged into the Trove repo, and so it's in Trove API docs source, and this is the old docbook XML style docs that we publish in Trove. So no, the documentation gets generated based on the XML that's over here. So the XML that's over here needs to be updated with the new information. So the generation piece is happening automatically, but something needs to go and update the XML here and says, oh, these are the new calls that got added.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So there are these XSD files with which basically has documentation information about like the types and what the calls are and things like that. So somebody physically has to go and update these, and then this will get generated to like the API documentation for Trove.
What's the final destination? Is it OpenStack.org or is that actually?
Yeah, so the final destination is, and all of that happens automatically as long as the pat set merges to update those docs. The final destination, in fact, on any commit, you'll see a job that builds the docs out for that particular. So for example, if you take this, there's a doc job here that builds the documentation for that. So this is the developer docs, but I think there's a separate.
Yeah, that one.
That basically goes through and builds the docs for the XML format for the docs that does exist.
The stuff that's in that list.
And this finally, once the patch merges, gets merged to docs.openstack.org.
You're saying that the list of stuff that's there is in that XSD file.
Right.
What is that XML file that you need to change? Go to the docs.
DBAS.xsd.
Yeah, DBAS.xsd.
This one. So the stuff is here.
So people just
there's a
edit
model
this
file
manually.
too.
Sounds like fun.
I don't know if there's the doc team has some tools that they use to like bring up the waddle file in the particular format and stuff like that. I don't know off the top of my head what tools they use.
Something to validate the XML, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're manually hacked.
Well, an XSD file typically is an XML validation file.
So stuff like this, this is essentially what exactly goes into the doc content.
Right. So there's no updates to the XSD. It's all in the waddle.
That's all in the waddle.
Right. Okay.
Now this.
The XSD has like parameters that like generate a table or something, so you shouldn't have to manually update that. But you should have. I think the waddle is pretty much all that you might have to change.
This is on docs. OpenStack, database service API. Right, so it has all this information. So you just go, you click on that blue box on the left, middle left, and then API documentation. So next one.
Complete reference, maybe?
Yeah.
Database service.
Yeah. So you don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where it is. I suspect that's the case, that it's the same source but a different rendering. But
so this is old too, right? Because it doesn't have
yeah.
Users, folders.
But anyway, don't mean to rat hole on that. The question that, or what we need to figure out is how do we make sure that at least the docs are, number one, how do we make sure that we update the docs, and basically someone needs to go look at them and update it to the point where we're current today, and two, as we're adding stuff, how do we make sure that the docs don't go out of date? On the wrong page.
Well, maybe we can have it whenever somebody works on something that has an API change, they automatically add a bug in to update the API docs. They don't have to maybe do it themselves, whatever, but they throw the thing in, so we have a placeholder.
If you just put a commit message
No, that just has the doc team look at it, right? But this is something that we obviously manage now. So you'll have them look at it and they'll kind of go, well, we don't really update that file. So as soon as you update that file, we'll run whatever commands they have to generate the the official docs. But we still need to make the actual changes. And then on that patch set, once you update that file, then you can put doc impact, and then maybe that lets them know they need to run whatever they do to push up the actual HTML files.
So basically, if we add a new API route or make any changes that do have documentation impact, do we need open a bug to go with that specifically for the documentation changes to track that?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. If we have to do something, like for this case, we have to add the documentation. Like if you're making a CLI change, you can put the doc impact tag, but they typically ignore it because pretty much every time we release a CLI, they automatically run through the thing that generates a new doc for it. Right? They do that automatically anyway. So you can notify them, and they'll just put a note in the thing saying, yeah, next time you release it, we'll update the docs. In this case, you put a doc impact flag, and they might say, until you actually make the changes, reflect the changes in the API in this doc, there's nothing we can do, right? So
the last change to that one file was last August.
So Buster is probably not there, right?
But it's all the changes by Tim's, is that right?
No, I think it's probably. Oh, are you looking at the old repository, or are you looking at in Trove? So he moved the files from where it used to be to the Trove repository in August, and it doesn't seem.
I thought it was a long time ago. I thought that was like.
Right, the last change was 10.
Okay. So I mean, yeah. So do folks feel like that's? I think that's a reasonable compromise. That if we're adding something new, that at the very least there needs to be a bug or work item open to track the docs issue, so that at least whoever is responsible for getting the docs done have something that they know that they need to work on. Or...
Right. I mean, it leads to the. I mean, in general, I would think generalization changes to the API are probably the result of a blueprint with a bug. And there's a doc impact section on the spec that usually some more thought can be built on that.
Yeah, but usually there can be a blueprint that doesn't merge for a long time. So you don't know just by looking at the, I guess now that we have specs.
I'm saying that I think the blueprints were like the spec, right? That's that doc impact section. And really just say
API changes.
That's one file because they're adding all these.
Right, but at the same time, if I were in the system and I wanted to look at, hey, I need to know what docs need to be authored to make the system current. It's really hard to go and check every spec to see, hey, does this have a doc impact that I need to worry about in author process, right?
Yeah. The people doing the blueprints are like they're saying in the blueprint this needs to be done, and they're not only finishing it, which is kind of a mismatch of
No, but
it's done when we are blueprint.
But if they throw a bug in,
That's what I was just
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say, right?
yeah. Then it doesn't matter. If they say, I did the feature, I didn't do that, but somebody else can grab that, Anybody can do that.
Well, the other option is that we don't merge the code until the docs are done, right? Which seems to be heavy-handed.
Yeah.
So I don't like that option.
That sounds like putting the brakes on our momentum and trying to build.
So
trying to move forward.
I think this is a reasonable compromise.
Yeah.
Is there a Trove Mid-Cycle?
Is there anything beyond the inside down?
There's the API docs and there's the developer docs, but
There's
CLI.
CLI.
and then the wiki.
There's CLI docs.
Yeah, there's no user guide that I know of. So another comment was, do we have the right set of features, for example, auto failover, things like that, for enterprise readiness?
So I wrote this one. Basically, I mean, we're doing clustering now and stuff. I feel like a lot of the work we're doing is just pedantic or some little bug fix here and there, and there's no momentum of like the real neat features. Why someone would want to use Trove over AWS, Azure, or then you know something to store in a private cloud, or why would I use Trove over just doing KVM calls myself? I'll probably just build something right now and not even mess with OpenStack if I need it in my SQL. I'd use the env layer, or even if I was or Packer and with Vagrant, and that's not. I mean,
one of the biggest. So we started engaging with customers, large enterprise accounts for the private cloud.
Mm-hmm.
The first barrier you run into, and this one will go away once it gets addressed, is basically the database spread, support spread, right? So that's an immediate area. If somebody says, when the thing, and everybody knows what the biggest one is, it's Oracle, right? So you hit that, and then if you say, no, we don't do that, the conversation stops, right? And then it could be others, like people have said, at that point, it opens all over the net, MySQL server, it opens all over the net, then you run everything else, MySQL Postgres. And so then, they say, oh yeah, Trove relatively supports, MySQL, Postgres, Mongo, Cassandra, but then when somebody peels back the onion a little bit, also say, all you can do with Cassandra is make a single instance, and then when they're finished laughing, there's one single instance Cassandra. It's a big data store that can't do anything. So, I'm not saying that we know we're trying to make, but these are the things that are filling up the data store because that's something that causes dead stop in the conversation. Now, we said that once that starts to get something, if we can line up enough stuff in the roadmap that convinces somebody that by the time they get to where they want to be, we'll have all this junk done. Then the next set of stuff comes up, right? Which comes around, I would say, in the categories of things like HA monitoring. These are real enterprise requirements. Right?
I agree a little bit, although
Double not pregnant.
Your comment.
Your comment
was interesting.
Customers we're going to talk to and what they're going to say is that for us, enterprise users, we Kayla and I talked to one like 3 days ago.
Even if they're named
yeah, moving on.
There's another set of customers I think out there that they're building like greenfield type of apps, and for some of them MySQL is open, right? And so you can get to some of them, and when you do get to them, then you do start to have some of those more deeper conversations that I think these tend to talk to, which is okay. MySQL is good enough for me. Now, what's the quality of it? How easy is it for me to manage? How easy is it? Like, how much do you scale? How do I monitor it? How do I meter it? All of that. Is that whole next set of conversations? And I think it's a different. That's why I say I agree with you, but I disagree at the same time. I think there's a different conversation around some of that stuff as well. If we're not making like hard progress on both of them, we're going to have a bunch of data sources and one.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you. We're seeing exactly the same conversation. There's the incompleteness of the databases which I want, not the section. Okay, agree. There's people who want SQL Server, there's people who want Oracle, there's people who are fine with the databases we have. That's fine. But at the very least, Trove as a project needs to have a roadmap for what you're going to do with it. In the absence of that, we have a roadmap for what we're going to do. Oracle in the world and so, okay, we'll come up with those things as much as possible. We'll contribute to the all that stuff. Let's assume that there's a person who wants to use the SQL. The next thing which they're asking questions about is, so what can I do with MySQL in Trove today? What can I do? Extend your application name, your application form, cluster, schedule pass-through bin, backups, plans. Those are all operational things which Trove can do. That's one set of things we can do. The next kind of thing is policy. These are the conversations about so there was this whole conversation of whether we can have a policy version of the Trove. I sent this to an instance, the thing came back. I sent the thing to an instance, it didn't come back. Should Trove do something about it? How long should it wait to do something about it? I have replication set up. I have replication between a master and a slave. The replication lag for MySQL is now 1/10 of a second. Sometime later, the replication lag is 60 seconds. Should I even change the color in the UI? And there's a fundamental chasm here where there's people who say, that's not Trove's business. We shouldn't even monitor it. We shouldn't look there. We shouldn't have policy. Well, I know. I brought that up because that's, if you want to go down this path with autofailover implies you're building policy into Trove. And there's a fundamental difference within the Trove community, the development community, of what constitutes Trove's capability. I believe it should have autofailover. Who's going to go ahead and say, this is the roadmap for Trove, and yes, by God, it's going to have autofailover. And yes, by God, it's going to have policy. And we're going to build it in such a way that if you don't like it, you can disable it, or you can change the threshold. But Trove is going to have policy, as opposed to the current state of view, which is, yeah, it's not the Trove business to have policy. If you want to go figure it out, you go roll it, you go figure it out directly, don't bother Trove.
Right. If we have that, then how do we even differentiate from Nova other than?
How do you differentiate from neighbor?
How do you different? Right. Exactly. Which is right. Because then we're just making instances that happen to have a native store.
The only thing that you're adding is guest agent to Nova. That sounds like a source code project.
Yeah.
So I think we need to have that conversation of what is Trove, what does database as a service mean? What are the things which you are providing as a service? I'm not going as far as saying you should do what you need or you have or that is just getting the data now.
But even when you talk about policy, I think, so let me just say, I agree with your viewpoint. I'm playing devil's advocate here just to understand what it means to Trove, right? We need to have a system that, number one, does or manages these policies in Trove, which one we don't have today, but that's not, we can overcome that and build that if we decide we want to go down that route. Two, Trove, then I think the argument that came up last time was that gets into the business of monitoring and making calls based on these thresholds where it's really not in any place to know how to interpret these thresholds, right? Or I guess that's what the policy system is finally that you're talking about, so that we teach Trove to interpret these thresholds on behalf of the customer so that some of these automatic mechanisms kick in. So that policy system doesn't exist in Trove today, and there's no way I can tell Trove that, hey, my heart beats. So not just does it not exist in Trove today, there's already technology out there that does monitoring and reporting of that policy way better than Trove today. And the argument that was being put forth is, how can we leverage some of those technologies, whether it's ISINGA for monitoring or whatever, to feed back into Trove's policy system or let Trove make that decision? And I think that's where the schools of thought get split, right? Whether it's Trove's business to actually do the monitoring, and
absolutely.
I'm curious, who is it that we think we should be on a developer? Is it us? I don't know. Well,
it wasn't autofailover.
It's
we were trying to provide some extra info and payload for replication.
What do you do? Trove should provide a mechanism that will right now, whether they want to do it based on communication. How do you come with that?
But I think there's a reasonable, I still make a second point, I don't like this, but
there's a reasonable spot where you say, hey, it does have auto failover. Out of the box, it auto fails over under this policy. You turn it off, you change the policy, plug in your own policy, plug in your own monitoring system. If that's the world you want to get to, right? If you don't agree with the way like the defaults, or change them, turn it off, whatever you want to do. Right? I don't. It's a weird reason to block the thing as a whole, just because you basically think you can't all agree on the default. The second point was, I think there's a lot, like, we keep getting spun on auto failover. There's a ton more here, right? There's update, there's patching, there's like, if you go talk to an enterprise, I don't feel like there's one of the things that I'm interested in, but I bet it's not even that.
Yeah, so I'm not thinking on auto failover as a specific, I'm thinking on a couple of them back from that is, and I see this when we speak to customers, I don't know, for sure customer the thing which we're trying to do is to say, here's the vision for Trove. And in the absence of utility space for Trove, we're saying, here's the vision for Trove. And here's where we see database as a service going 2 years from now. Knowing full well that the people who are likely selling to today on the maturity level are probably going to start with a POC and an eval. They're not going to production AI. Therefore, to them, there's a certain amount of selling the roadmap. I want the roadmap. I would love the roadmap to be something where we can differentiate from Trove, but aligning with the roadmap, rather than saying the Trove roadmap right now is we disable it as a data store, and the next phase will do replication for the one phase. I would like to be able to put a roadmap in the direction of saying, in 2 years' time, Trove will be such that you literally press a button, you get a completely managed database instance. Ask me what that means, and no matter what you ask me, my answer is going to be yes. That's the way. Well, yeah.
I think we talked about this in Boston a bunch, right? We need to have that roadmap, and the roadmap is going to make us clear on whatever price goes.
Yes.
Is self-healing really the one that bubbles to the top? I'm not sure. Because actually patching is going to bubble to the top, right? Like that, when we talk to people, they say, how do I apply certificates when they come out? They say, well,
they've asked us that because we're saying we'll provide the guests, and I guess the first question is, okay,
great, how do I
Mongo's not so much of an update. We got one running with the old version. What do you want me to do?
Well, what happens when DLC comes out? What are you going to do?
So I think one of the things which we should do from the enterprise readiness piece, and I've tried to raise this with the, what is that, targeting the enterprise growth to be in California. Try to bring this up to them and say, there needs to be a roadmap from a business demand perspective, or a business deployment perspective into the project. And that should be aligned with into this project for delivery, rather than saying, we're communicating, please provide us with because if you do that, you're going to get switch fees on.
Right. The thing is that related? Is that related to the product? It's kind of the product management thing happening. Is that touch Trove?
It does not get touch Trove. Right now, there's kind of storage. So I don't know if that answered, or maybe gave you some of the question. It's a mindset thing.
Like thought about, Trove is, manages your data stores, like whatever that is, we should be thinking about constantly including that as a management story. And not just spinning up a VM and say you're done. Do whatever you want. Here's a connection string. Well, we're done with that.
So the people who are using Oracle, for example, people who are using OpenStack already and building their own database for service, one of the very hard conversations we're having with people who say, if this is the capabilities that are Trove, how would you be better than the ability that I have together for real 6 days?
You might have something.
That's exactly what I was saying.
One of the other things I kind of realized is, obviously a lot of the feature set, current feature set for Trove, we built stuff to the requirements that was going to be like randomly slashed it together, but came out of the use cases of HPs or the public cloud and Rackspace public cloud, and then to some degree, it's private cloud. And that's fine, but now as it moves forward, more requirements should be coming out of the, I ultimately believe it'll be enterprise private cloud. And that, obviously, some of those requirements will, I hope, be aligned with stuff we have already. But there's obviously going to be others, and I think part of the challenge is why you mentioned about building other things like updates and patching. It's part of it, even for me, is like the last guy I talked to, right, is start, custom, right, this guy says these 4 things. What we're trying to do is keep looking at the list and figure out what the commonalities are, right? And the reason I mentioned the whole data store and the maturity part is because that at the moment is the thing that's beating me up the most.
And that HP, I think us too, we're constantly talking about adding more data stores. But I am still concerned about we're just going to add data stores and just we're adding more images essentially with some API through. And okay, now we have one instance or a cluster that doesn't do anything but you have a connection string.
Well, I think it's necessary, but it's not sufficient, right? If you don't, I ultimately believe if you don't have a good story for just the base, whatever I call basic, the base store support, then you never get through the door. So yeah, following on to that, you need to have all the other, you need to definitely have a good story and playing around all these updates, patching, available, like all these things.
Yeah, I think we're more just a slightly different view on it. We do definitely have a lot of customers in us and they want to do those stars. We do that's about our customers, we do have another half that actually we're just building this. I think
those kind of people, probably, when you're a big company, so probably this would be like things that smell a little bit more like startup. You can sell them startups. I want to sell them like
they're not startups, but they're IT organizations within larger.
Oh, you kick off projects.
Starter.
Yeah.
They're typically forward-looking groups. So these talking about HP, pockets of IT at HP that
you sell them to yourself?
I guess I see that we have a lot of people contributing, so there's no reason we can't all constantly can't do both, add in source and improve the existing. Like we should be doing that, right? Like
within reason, right? Because if there's people who use Helion, within our customers that merged what pressure do you think you're going to face with your customer base? And I wouldn't give that. What pressure do you think he's going to face with people we're talking to and say, are you guys certified for center customers? At this point, you're really scared about saying that just because a well-intentioned person with no overall plan committed a hunk of Python code that you can now play with the standard clustering references to.
Right.
It's true. So the poster child that this is the most recent one of myself.
Yes.
And if you squinted at it just right, it met MVP, but it's not really something I can stand up in front of a prospect and say, Trove supports Postgres. At 3:30 this afternoon, I'm going to be standing in front of a prospect and saying Trove supports Postgres. Yes, I'll go take a shower.
I was wondering, I never personally stood up a MongoDB or Postgres with Trove. I actually wouldn't even know how to begin to do that. Like, I don't know where I would get my image.
Trove create.
No, it would be Kickstart, it would be Red Stack, Kickstart, MongoDB, Red Stack. You now have the image, you should be able
Okay, so that does I actually haven't even tried anything but MySQL, to be honest, but.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people working on Trove have gone that far beyond it, because that's the one we do everything on.
Right.
So.
But interestingly, there are people out there in the OpenStack ecosystem who have taken Trove, OpenStack and Trove, who have actually downloaded the Trove integration, the elements for MySQL on Ubuntu, and have hacked together their own images for Oracle, and they've hacked together a very, very bare bones test agent for Oracle, and they actually have it work. And then they've built their own custom tooling on top of it, and they're actually operating Oracle just fine. And we have a conversation with them when we say, and we're supporting Oracle 12c, whatever. Well, you're still supporting Trove. So eventually, without that longer term picture, this is what we're going to deliver. Getting people used to it.
Even if you say this the other day, right? If you have the catalog today, you look at it and say, well, what can I do? Well, I can create a VM and the Oracle will corrupt it. And then that's kind of it. And they say, well, Oracle comes with a bunch of management tools. Those management tools are significantly better than what you're giving me. That's why what am I getting from this, right? And
so our Oracle support is not that. Our Oracle support is absolutely
right. With Oracle on it.
Yes. So that's the other part of the conversation, which goes down the direction of saying, I'm an enterprise. I'm not a agile startup which has been in the cloud forever. I've got millions of dollars invested in market and in the foreseeable market. I want to, as a corporate standard, move to OpenStack and Trove for my management because I want to get away from that other company, which is the marketplace. I still like their hypervisor, but I don't like their management industry. How much management? So nobody likes them significant nobody doesn't. You just know that the VMware director, then you get away from the VMware management. That's the overall thing of those people. Not the hypervisor part. KVM's great with data, but as you know, VMware is a hypervisor, leave whatever as my bare metal hypervisor. Great. I want to manage this entire fleet using OpenStack. I want to manage the databases using Trove. But the database is sitting around that piece of my hardware because when there's a problem, I want to call Oracle support and just say, that's the database. Don't bother about how I provision it. That's your database. Go figure it out. If I tell them to run it as a regular VM, and the VM is provisioned by Trove, it means the estimate is back request. Oracle's not happy with it. But I can point to that machine and say, that machine is a certified piece of hardware which you said you would support. My Oracle lost data. Or I have a problem, I can't run it, whatever it is, give me support on that. That's what I want to see as the roadmap for databases.
So our guesses are just proxies that just talk to these
Well,
machines.
Yeah.
Proxy guest statements because I have a trademark on that. No trademark and
So basically a double hop then, and it talks to the thing that talks about.
No, we're not in the data plane, sorry.
It's control plane.
We're only in the control plane.
It just provisions a new instance on that existing server. It gives you an
No,
URL back to
this
point
is the
to it
Oracle multi-tenant thing, right? So this is big open database running in effectively.
somewhere else.
And the feature, the remote agent basically provisions these local databases inside. So this is Oracle architecture, right? Got it.
So there's a small distinction with the traditional Trove is control of the provision MySQL. The no IP address which you get back is part of the connection string. But that's what it is. You just take the no IP address 3306 and that's your connection string. In our case, the no IP address which you get back is this little tiny VM which has got nothing more than a gas station. The actual endpoints will come back to you somewhere. That's it. Got it. But I guess with your question. question is, we need to come up with that enterprise review.
I think one of the interesting things you guys have the cycle you go through, or you generally speaking, by the time somebody's talking about with the country already down the past, we're not trying to sell it. So that you guys are. So there's a right, so it's kind of like they're you know, nobody shows up in, well, I should say that patient never shows up in there, it's they went searching their database of service. And then we're kind of like, well, the starting point is that, and that may help. But if anybody's doing a serious thing, they're talking to are saying, I'll work on cloud infrastructure. And you start talking to us, and then we go, oh, but first it is to get the organization does. Right, but before the Trove piece gets in there, they would have had to make a decision of how they should work and stuff.
We need a roadmap. We need a roadmap.
There we go.
The action item is go find.
I propose
that's the action item.
I propose that
So-
the action item should be that a group of projects, a set of folks who have more of a interaction with customers on a regular basis. Put that, those people down. We tried that last time.
Yeah, I remember there was a plan.
We have an empty Google
I
Doc.
did.
That was my action item. I did. Oh, creating the Google Doc? Yeah, that's my provision.
I think I typed
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should also add right there, in addition to right developing effort, blueprint and things towards that.
It's like a live spell check.
Yeah.
It's like a paperclip, only a lot more annoying.
Should tap on the screen, right? Clink. Yeah, thank God.
I think we talked about the roadmap, but I'm still not sure that that entirely addresses some of the conversation that we had earlier about some of these features where Trove inherently integrates with a monitoring system and us having a policy to decide on what or how Trove handles that monitoring system, right? Again, going back to our discussion about whether Trove should even get into the business of monitoring some of these more detailed aspects of the data system. So I'm not sure how to connect that piece with the roadmap discussion that we just had. I mean, is one aspect of it. And I think the tricky part is that there are packages out there or solutions out there that do monitoring, but in a lot of these cases, the sort of things that you want to monitor often are very data store dependent. And so you have to tune those things in a certain way too.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to go over this conversation between Michelle, but I have maybe a philosophical different point of view from this. There are other packages which do monitoring and therefore we should integrate with them. Yes, I understand there are other packages. MySQL you could use Vivid Cortex, you could use whatever. But what actually person is using Trove, they're looking for a database as a service. They would like the database as a service to provide them the service that capabilities. If Trove wishes to pick one and provide a default, and then say if you want a different one, go build your own, that's fine. But to say that we'll provide, piece parts and you need to assemble it, Trove is not offering a complete solution. So if Trove wants to go on the path of saying we're going to provide monitoring for the data stores we have, and the way in which we're going to do that is there will be a mechanism by which you can choose the monitoring that you have by default from MySQL we would use. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is there are different ways you can do it and it's data store specific, so Trove can't choose.
So I see your point about having a default that sort of works in solution so that we have a complete database as a service. What my contention is with the argument that if we don't make that pluggable, then our defaults will be very shallow and rigid, right? So the argument there is, yes, we should absolutely have a default system that we're doing monitoring and basing some of the scenarios like auto failover on top of, and that does add value to Trove. But apart from that, we also need to think about how that can be extended with some of these other plug points where other solutions can be added. And I think that sort of is what complicates some of these discussions. But I think having a roadmap and saying that this is clearly something that we want to do and the defaults Trove should handle itself is something that we should undertake.
As long as we all agree that we think that this is where we use all right with plugins that we customize it, which is clear that this is
yeah, so one approach which I tried for that was right now we have the ability in the guest image creation process to say, I want these things. So I made a guest image which included a sample key. And I fire up my Trove instance of that guest image. A couple of minutes later, it pops up on my user. So there is a way in which we can kind of do that from the monitoring perspective. I think there's the policy one where there's an action taken based on that, where we can't necessarily depend on a best-of-breed third-party package which the user is going to choose. There needs to be an end-to-end eventing solution and a action framework within Trove. Some mechanism to trigger an event, some mechanism to react to the event, and some mechanism to notify the user that it's built into Trove. Otherwise, we're going to have only a set of loose building blocks. It's going to be a great framework, but it's not going to be a complete solution. So you look at Amazon RES, for example. They provide you a built-in mechanism for doing all of these things as part of RDS. If we go down that path, I think we'll find that picking one and implementing something with Trove would be the direction.
Yeah, it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense that from the perspective of something like auto failover, where we're reacting to a change in the system, whatever that might be, we absolutely need some way of measuring what changed and some way of actually communicating to the task manager or whatever. And the reaction piece as well, right? So, I mean, ultimately, that framework or that workflow that needs to get kicked off needs to exist, or the infrastructure for that needs to exist in Trove. And I think even if you do plug a third-party system in at some level, you're still going to end up using a lot of that infrastructure, like the eventing infrastructure or the action infrastructure, to actually do the failover or things like that. So it's useful even in that case. So I think that completely makes sense. So the thing is, I'll text you when we move from the museum to Pyramid. Roughly 6. We do not have a reservation for Pyramid. No.
If we have a large group, that's
probably a good idea. 20. Do you want it?
Are we going to do that group photo in front of the beach store?
The vending.
We missed that whole discussion about marijuana last night.
Yeah, well, I left relatively early.
The marketing guy wants a picture.
Yeah. So come do it for Tesora.
No. So I thought it'd be quite funny just to. So we were talking about this vending machine where you can buy clock, which is obviously relatively new to people.
Wait, there's a vending machine?
In Soda.
Is there a vending machine in Seattle? I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's in Soda.
So I thought, I'll just stand in front of the clock vending machine and take a photo and send that to my marketing.
Bring your credit cards tonight.
I clearly didn't investigate.
Bring your driver's license.
Yeah.
You need your driver's license?
Because you have to be a resident of the state.
Washington State.
Like, and now you're on the list.
Yeah, exactly.
No job for you. I would never do that.
The email your employer right away.
So basically,
drug test.
driver's license theft is going to increase.
All right.
That makes sense.
Even adults have fake driver's license now. Not just the people.
I'm trying to look up
Something on the screen other than
How about the Tesora careers page?
I got a rip off for that. Did everybody see this? What's this? So this
Where's
is
it?
Where is it?
Oh, it's a blog entry.
Oh, yeah, job ad.
Did it get taken off?
No, blogs. Click on blog.
Oh, yeah. It looks like we're working for you guys.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I guess it's not a big picture though. Boston, Toronto.
We should take a picture of that exact setup, like an Inception picture with the picture in the back.
I guess I made the whole idea last night. We're going to do a group photo in front of the beach. Marijuana and see if Frank knows what the setup looks
So I think now, pardon? Oh, we just.
Sorry, it's growing.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to suggest that folks who wanted to drop stuff off, so we'll plan on leaving from here around 3:30 to the Living Computer Museum. So if folks want to take a break and drop stuff off, so we could either break now for 10 minutes and then go for another 15 minutes, or just take a break now. Since we're at the end of our.
Living Computer Museum?
That's what it's called.
The Living? Okay, I was like,
You haven't heard of that either?
Spotify just started playing why, I don't know.
We just go there, grab their stuff, and then,
I don't know why it just started.
So I think they're not usually open today. This is like something that we specially organized just for our group. So, do you want to directly go there? Is that the idea? No, I think we will just assemble here and then head there, right? If folks want to.
Is there any?
Why don't we just say where it is and
convert?
Yeah. So.
also like either or another road for
Okay.
no, I think the thing, the idea is either like download the storage and
Does the drinking need the museum?
No, drinking near the museum.
Oh.
Drinking near the museum.
Is there a bar in the museum?
So yeah, so that's the museum, and then it's on First, right across from Safeco Field.
Yeah.
And that's the place we're planning to head to after the museum. So, do you want me to just message all the folks who RSVP to the event the two addresses, if that would help? That works. Sure. Sure.
So basically, right. So
Which one can find hit the list? It's possible that you're, I mean, I guess they do logs and able to calculate Trove. Yeah, so it runs through everything. So the in test usually runs the group that's called black box tests, which is pretty much all the tests that are defined. So over here it looks like the Trove client is not even able to connect to the Trove service that's running. So I suspect that test conf file, there's a couple of conf files. Let's see, Trove test.json.conf or something like that. And so that either the endpoint is not typically correctly there, or so those endpoints are correct.
So these are data for them.
And so, but if you go to the top, the actual endpoint that the client is hitting should be there. 10.0.0.1,
Oh, right.
8779.
But it'll be
So is that correct?
2, right?
Well, 10.0.0.1 should end up being your host.
Is it your dev? That is your DevStack host, right?
That's what it needs to get back to.
So what happens when you?
Start up a notebook instance.
Right. So that's
That is your host, the bridge IP.
You can build a list because it'll show up.
Yeah, so you can either try doing it.
I source admin or demo.
It doesn't matter. You can do. If you want to see whether it created an instance or not, then you need to be out there.
Source open dev.
DevStack/OpenRC/self-demo.
Open up.
OP tab.
I don't know if OpenRC will let you source that. That way, does it? Okay.
Does it for demo?
It does for demo. I don't know if it does for all demo. I don't think it was able to connect to the Trove endpoint at all. So try doing a Trove link. No, so
sorry, what's the faster and then ready to be?
So can you print echo your environment variables? OS. URL.
So you ran all the tests.
Your catalog, you're not able to hit 10.0.0.1 because it's actually hitting that IP. So do a
where is it?
that's baked into the alt, like when you source your OpenRC stuff, it's coming from there. So DevStack basically dynamically fills based on how it's set up. So check. So do a Nova endpoint list. I'll tell you what the Trove endpoint looks like. So it looks like you're able to hit it when you talk to Kika.
Well, I thought that on myself would be terrible.
Yeah, I think it's English.
That's what you say.
Or list endpoints.
Endpoint.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just endpoint.
You know the help like definitely endpoint list, but
I checked.
or then it's list endpoint.
Oh, that's not.
No, it's
No.
Yeah, the next one I never even hear.
I'm going to point to that.
Yes, so now run the same source with it.
There's nothing about. Go to.
It says actually admin required.
So the Nova one, I mean, you should be able to see a catalog when you go through Nova anyway. You can.
No.
That just says
It's just an alternative, both buttons. Okay, so for Trove, which is a database release, there should be one over here, just if you search for 8779. if you look at 19, so that, so 10.0.0.1 can actually work. So that I think.
That's in the tip of management.
So I think it might just be your computer's IP. It's in the test card. The client is trying to hit Trove services and that's it. Which is what is causing the test to go.
So set up that file.
No, so DevStack is doing something else, setting this up. It's not setting up 10.0.0.1. Like it's not setting up the bridge IP. It's setting up this other IP, and I'm not sure why.
I don't. I'll admit it. Yeah, I'm gonna like I say when I
one way to, an easy way to fix it would be to just update the
No, like, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
The actual endpoint, I see that that's
So give it the one that it is.
that's in the catalog. And then I'll just go and see how easy it's gonna unlock. We can look into why DevStack can set it up with the default.
Yeah, like what I like to do on the place.
Yeah. It's in more than one place, so I would do a standard.
Okay.
Facebook
is that. Anything social is like.
Like everything's like.
Like that's the exactly red sack to figure out something for me, right? Okay. So what did it resume?
Well, that's my thing. I don't know what that idea is. No, so when DevStack comes up, it usually picks the first IP or the catalog, right? What's that catalog? In this case, the catalog is the
Interestingly, one of the things I have happen, if you basically run red stack, install all at once, even if you really do this stuff, without the situation. I don't know if you did that. I'm just saying.
I've seen that before.
I always say it's possible running the
So basically, I used to go for a pattern where whatever I had running, I would just do unstack.
So I've seen that, and I know the reason. The reason for that is because the first time for the code that DevStack actually uses to form the bridge, it picks up from ETH 0 the first time. But when you do it again, your bridge is already set up, and ETH 0 doesn't have an IP, so it messes the bridge.
Unstack doesn't change that.
Yeah, it doesn't delete the bridge that DevStack created.
So I don't know if you ran red stack installed more than once since you booted. I think I have. You'll be in that state.
Yeah.
So what I would do is you need to end the time period. So
I go on.
So
I would keep a snapshot. Always go back. That's it.
I would do unstack. And the way you can tell in the which one?
What's the problem every around the day?
To determine what your whole is. So we'll just do that as you're going through.
Okay.
Okay,
well, maybe I'll try that. I've tried it. There's so many times I'll do it, and halfway through a test, like 6 half an hour, I'm like, I can't even really take stuff. I'll reboot and it all works. Or it works better the way I expected. So I'll try that though.
Oh, yeah, we went through that yesterday.
That guy, the bartender, telling us he's like been beaten up or attacked by 7 guys.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
Where?
What's that place called?
Legion?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what he was saying when he was talking to you?
He was saying that, yeah, the area, the reason they closed at 12 is because after 12 o'clock,
games come out?
Well, it's just, it's not as safe.
He was actually saying that.
And that's when we started noticing the people around, right?
So you had this before, and you go through the process.
Yeah, doing the things
Like reboot. No.
like take a
No.
snapshot.
Well, that's what Ed was just saying. You snapshots and rolls back.
Snapshot back.
Yeah. But
So I don't.
you lose all your changes too. If you change the code.
Yeah, so I don't have the same environment set up as these guys, 'cause I don't know this stuff. So I'm just.
So even with IP,
I think if you explicitly delete the bridge too, you'll be okay.
I guess that's space. So if you look. Right. So after you
Come on, baby.
this has to be the
IPA? I like IPA.
That's the
I like
other-
Belgium.
Well, I like IPA too.
Yeah. Thought you were talking about the networking for a second there.
Oh, okay.
IP, that's like space.
IPA.
For a second, so- Okay, Kickstarter.
What's your favorite networking thing? Best kind of networking. Drinking beer with friends.
Whoever invented that probably drinks.
Yeah.
But I can skip that test, right? I can do Kickstarter and all and populate that.
He's just trying to run the
Well, yeah, yeah. But here's like anything else. It's acquired, they're acquired tastes. If you've never had alcohol before, you'll hate probably all of alcohol, right? Except for very sweet citrusy drinks. That hide it.
So not citrusy and it's so sweet I can't take it.
Yeah, so you put enough sugar in there that you can drink it like that.
Cocktails.
So that's,
Yeah,
so
Cocktails
basically,
would be like.
Yeah. No, but there are quite a few. But if you there's a little bit of fruit juice, it's a club soda, right? A reasonable amount of alcohol, and you can't taste it. Yeah.
That may be a shortcut.
There's another shortcut. You can explicitly specify the host IP. In which case, there's that one try to discover it.
Yeah.
I think it's just host IP or something.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit. Like there's a bunch of restaurants. Well, you got that one where we went to.
Yeah, it's the IP. Yeah,
Here too, where they have a whole bunch of different craft selections. You have like 50, 60, 70 different beers. And like I said, it's acquired taste. So I want to start liking a beer, you just keep trying more and more and more. And after a while, you start developing taste for certain kinds. Right?
Yesterday I discovered like a malt. The malt.
Oh, malt?
Yeah. Not hoppy.
Yeah, Belgian style. Okay. Well, IPA is hoppy. You said you like that.
Yeah, I like that. I like
That's
IPA a lot.
hoppy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, but
you don't like malt?
The hop bomb that I had on the first night.
No, I know there's hundreds of different hoppy beers that
it's interesting as a first. It's not bad, but like if you ask me to drink it repeatedly.
Yeah. But there's lots of IPAs I wouldn't drink again, but there's lots I like. So they're not all the same.
Did everyone get a t-shirt? Just checking to make sure.
My red cap is still like that come up just in time before we leave.
Try to do something.
15 minutes.
Well, it's easy rebates to do like while we are waiting.
If there's no traffic, it will take time to.
What time are we going with it? 10 minutes?
Um,
Yeah, there's 4.
Soon.
Yeah, I'll probably leave, yeah.
So maybe we should,
The earlier we leave, the better for traffic and all that.
I can get 3 people as well.
I'm gonna be driving too. Whoever knows how to get there, ride with me. I'm not sure where it is.
Cab drivers know.
Yeah, if you wanna ride with me, and tell me where that is.
This dinner back up around.
No,
Straight to there.
Oh, you got it
I mean, I
right.
guess I'm
Number 2 is active. Hey Morgan, you're the second one active now. But I spent up 3. 1 came in. The second one's now active. Waiting for the third. Oh yeah. So I think I got it.
Oh,
thank you.
Oh, that's not good. When I joined,
No, it looked like it was working.
default, like standard was.
What the hell was on that? We don't see another backup.
So asked me, hey, you don't want to use this. And then I say, oh yeah, full of this. And 3 months after. Machine like roll. And then like yeah. The Mac now becomes
You also make Mac?
yeah, you use Mac.
Oh, you use Mac at all? Yeah. It's hard, I mean, yeah, it's so hard.
Yeah, this is like, for example, look at this, okay? Start button is good, right? Look.
It's premature.
What?
Oh, cool. So, one and 2 are active. The third one's still building. But I'm assuming I was a bit cool.
It's okay.
The first one would start up, the second 2 would fail, but now the second one's working. So rolling in the third one goes active.
Operating system is.
Then I'll have to strip out the 4,000 print.
VM 90+% of it.
That's true, yeah.
That'd be good. I reported that we'd probably have this code merged. Or
Everything is.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can pack up quickly. You didn't have to hack it nearly as bad as I thought. So it's always good.
Oh, right.
You do just the endpoints to check if what the endpoints look like. No, it should be. It's just so it should be set up now. Sure. And then keystone endpoint. Fine.
See, it doesn't make it print yet.
I think it happens when you.
It's the first time you start.
Time you're starting it.
So you won't actually, so that, the thing I'm talking about won't happen. I think the hard coding in the local RC is probably.
No, so if you do so if you do a kickstart,
Jeez. You can see why this hot cool stuff is necessary. Yeah. Wait like 10 minutes for this last one to come active. but it hasn't done the
Right,
fail
this is where it sets that test.
This is where it sets the test code, so that should happen here.
No, you should be good. The issue we had was if you don't reboot and you rerun the whole thing, it picks up the wrong address.
Okay, we all ready? So we'll see you guys up there?
Yeah.
So we just hang around till you get there? We're gonna go to the hotel, then grab a cab or two.
Sure, I can take 3 people too. So are you guys just gonna grab a cab?
Yeah, 'cause we'll be at the hotel, so.
Okay. We'll plan on just seeing you there.
So we walk into the place or do we meet outside?
I have no idea, like, if there's a.
Considering
like, it's my first time there.
Okay, we'll see you.
So plan on meeting outside at.
We're by the outside of bed. Yeah, so you guys have seen that before, and then she goes to sleep. And then goes to sleep. That's practice.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Right.
So now it should work if you run in tests.
Or I have a snap.
Oh, well, I don't have my laptop sleep, but I always suspend the VM before I suspend my Windows.
Exactly, weird things.
Well, I've had so many times that Windows is shit, right? So it crashes, and I have to hard boot it. Now my VM stops, right? It's
So you do
crashed.
everything through Windows.
Yeah. Well, all the VMs are.
Load me in on the tip of my
We get paid on it.
Right.
Okay.
There's, if you look at, there's
I
a
know one of
Trove
our
functional
operations
DSVM
is just
job,
trying to do all the
and that basically runs the impact to make sure that it's happening
on Windows, like including
as part of the.
So something that's like Trove's over that IT. I'm trying to understand what is it the install?
I fixed it. So when you run Kickstarter,
I
or
charge on
posted
your
it,
Windows box,
it
shared folder.
reaches out to DevStack's configuration, the local RC, DevStack spits out, or as part of that run, and then puts,
When I'm in Windows and just share the folder.
I guess I could do that.
alters that file based on what the output is. I think just the output of the previous DevStack
Then you
run was
get review everything.
not, I don't know what it was, and we could have looked at it, but,
Yeah.
so the 10.0.0.1 IP that's
Come on.
in there by default, it changes it to whatever DevStack is set up in your catalog, right? To the host IP it's using in your catalog. So
Right.
that didn't happen last time, and I'm not sure why that didn't happen last time.
But it's like Doug said, it seems like consecutive runs, like you have an install.
Yeah, so,
Overwrite it basically.
yeah.
So,
Okay, so you guys are.
yeah, I'm gonna meet you guys. Yeah, I'll probably get the cab.
Where you,
My hotel.
okay,
I'm at the Mayflower? Yeah, the Mayflower, which is up on. No, all of them. Okay.
okay, so I will see you in a few minutes then.
Yeah, the place. Do you think there's someone at the door?
I'll make sure one of us is at the door in case we're a bit late or whatever, so.
This part of town,
I live north of here at the university.
Okay.
About, no, it's not on the other side of the water, it's on the same side of the water, Lake Washington, but, it's closer to where the University of Washington is, it's just called U District, U District.
Oh, okay.
My wife works at the university, so.
How convenient for her.
Yeah, it's very convenient for her. It's not too bad for me, it's about 20 minutes, so. The roads are absolutely clear, it's about 15 minutes, so it's not too bad.
Does HP have a good remote policy, like can you just work from home or something?
Yeah, it's fairly flexible, and well, the database is a service team here, and like a lot of folks actually come into the office, so it's more fun coming in.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
meeting your colleagues, but
sure.
a lot of other teams are remote, and they're just like the folks on the teams themselves are not geographically in the same place, so most of them just work from home.
Right.
But even if we're here and something comes up that we have to work from home, it's very flexible. So it's good. I got mine already. It should be yours.